to get to exactly where we are to mine for a fleet carrier. But when we got here, there was nobody here. So I used third-party software, Inara.cz, to contact the owner of this carrier that was listed on Inara. And he said he hasn't been at it in months, and being how it is exactly 4 jumps away, I assume he probably jumped it yesterday while I was trying to reach him. But he says he hasn't been to it in months. So I'm going to head to him and get back to the rescue that initiated yesterday. Let's just hope he didn't change his flight permissions by the time I get there. Because if he did, it's going to be a short video. I don't have a party set up. I need to set up a party. Ooh, will it fit? Of course it'll fit. It's way far apart.
Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Timing for him to start jumping. He said he hasn't been to his carrier in months, which means it's been sitting there for months, which is amusing.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I thought he was stranded. I was under the impression he was stranded, but apparently he had 4 jumps left.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Who's online? Numenor's on. Well, I guess I could send him an invite. Dev's online. And Jeezy's online.
4, 3, 2, 1. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
26 jumps. So that's what? 28 jumps. We'll get there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I might go get myself some breakfast. Yeah, I haven't eaten yet today. It's 2 p.m. and I haven't eaten yet. In case you guys wonder how I get the exclusion zone for the star to show up on my radar. It starts at 5 times sensor zoom. I'm currently at 6. I prefer 6. It's a little more defined at 6. 5's a little inaccurate. So we had 3.5 hours of jumping yesterday. We'll start off the stream 30 minutes of jumping today. Might actually get some mining and some money making done. Unfortunate thing about flying out here is yesterday he was on Inara, updated quite regularly yesterday on Inara. Today he's 2,000 light years away, in the right direction, mind you. At least it's back toward Colonia, but the problem is it's no longer listed on Inara, which means it either hasn't been checked in, the game hasn't registered it, or he changed his carrier permissions and I can no longer land on it. So the first thing we do when we get there, we'll have to see if we can land on it and access the services. If it allows me to access the services, then and only then will I be able to go mine for him, because I intentionally didn't bring limpets. Being so close to the galactic plane, there's next to no neutrons, so this is a straight fuel scoopable star jump, unless I have some filters on. Let me check. I don't think I do. I just have the fleet carrier systems. Yeah, I don't have any filters on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's see here. Yeah, we're just doing a blow and go for now. Did enough exploring yesterday, so.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
this ship. Rearrange some things. What's up, Falcon? We have found the carrier. It is 2,000 light years, almost exactly 2,000 light years away. So apparently it moved yesterday, but it's no longer listed on Inara, so there's a possibility that he changed his permissions and I can no longer mine for him. So, we're out here, kicking off. Doing a little jump and scoop. Eating cabbage rolls. I like cabbage rolls. Oh man, I haven't eaten anything today. I may decide to eat later, but of course Numenor gets off as soon as I get on. What a dick. Oh, did you? What lore were you reading on? Please don't tell me Raxla. Please don't tell me Raxla. Oh, about the Marlon Duvall. That's Aisling's dad, isn't it? Marlon is a female. Marlon was Nemo's dad. How is Marlon a female? Marlon is a male name. Marlon Brando. I know A. Lavini Duvall, which is the one I think's hot, is her grandma, so she's a hot grandma. Apparently humans age slower in the future. Marlin, if the Y was a, if the I was a Y. I'm pretty sure Marlin is spelled M-A-R-L-I-N. I think when you put a Y there, it becomes Marlene, which is a female name.
Drive charging.
I have an aunt, Marlene. Why am I only jumping 132 light years here? This better be another neutron, like for real.
Module malfunction. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged. Frameshift drive.
It's not.
charging.
What the fuck? Why am I only jumping 132 light years? That's stupid.
Frameshift drive charging.
Got to skip 2 jumps. Fuck that. Narcotics related death. In a speeder crash. Talking about Marlin. I haven't read the lore on the individuals yet. I'm not a BGSer. Did BGS for 2 years, but was fighting players. Good lore keeps you engaged. Oh, I agree with that. But I don't find the backstory of dead people that we never meet or engage with in the game engaging. Of course, then again, I've played the game long enough to know what's relevant and what isn't, so that kind of gives me a disadvantage to enjoying lore. Yeah, but you engaged with each and every one of those characters, and knowing their history was important. This game doesn't force those characters into your path in any way, shape, or form. You literally have to go out of your way to engage with them.
Fuel scoping.
I feel like you gotta be an investigative reporter to get the lore in this game. You gotta be a reporter for the National Enquirer to get the lore for this game.
Frameshift drive charging.
Which is funny. I guess I could turn Galnet News on and listen to some.
3, 2, 1.
Be somewhat entertaining. Look up permit location. In other words, I was looking for something else and whoop, slipped, fell on some lore. I was like, holy shit, how long has this been here?
Fuel scoping.
I found lore in the game. Holy shit, where'd you find it? I don't know. I was looking for something else and like, wham, slipped, fell on its dick. Next thing you know, I'm pregnant. I'm sorry. That was a comedian probably 20 years ago, to be honest with you.
Frameshift drive charging.
You kept an R open while you were job hunting. I usually let Twitch run in the background when I'm job hunting.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I assume you're referring to job hunting in the game, though. Found out about the Galnet radio. Yeah, they only recently put that back in there. That's why all of the veterans practically never use it, because it's been gone for over a year and a half. I think it's about a year and a half, not quite over a year and a half. I think it's right at a year and a half. Literally put it back in the game like 2 weeks ago.
Fuel scoping.
Oh, IRL, yeah, that's me too. Only thing is I don't know about the audio mix.
Fuel scoping.
Uh-oh, I hear Laura moving. Target damage. Starship 1 trial begins.
Starship 1 trial begins. The trial of Chief Technician Rory Webster, who is charged with mass murder
I
and
gotcha.
attempted treason, began today at the Federal High Court on Mars. Mr. Webster, a department head in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps, is accused
Frameshift drive charging.
of attempting to destroy Starship 1 in 3301. He has
Inara
filed a
radio.
plea of not
Um,
guilty. The
I think
prosecutor
it's
laid
separate.
out the
Inara
charges,
is
including this
fan-based.
summary. According to the
Galnet
testimonies of
is
3
from the devs.
2, 1.
naval engineers. They installed replacement power regulator components to Starship
Hey,
1
you.
prior to its launch. Mr. Webster verified this
Hey.
with routine maintenance during the initial
talking to you.
investigation. Last year, one
Hey, I'm
engineer
talking to you.
reviewed data for the Highliner
I like your
Antares
outfit.
incident and realized that pre-modified power regulators could have caused an identical frame shift drive misjudgment
You
on
shared
Starship
a
1.
Galnet
She
entry
tried
on
to trace the
Facebook.
component's source and found the records
I don't
deleted.
Facebook, dude.
Fuel scoping.
After Mr. Webster refused to respond to her questions, she and her colleagues contacted the authorities, prompting a full inquiry. The Highliner Antares was a Sirius Corporation passenger liner that was destroyed in 3251 when its experimental hyperdrive
Fuel scoping complete.
engines malfunctioned. The defense refuted the accusations as unprovable and motivated by personal grudges, making reference to Chief Technician Webster's otherwise flawless record. The trial is expected to conclude next week.
Frameshift drive charging.
State funeral held for Prince Harold Duval. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Rare commodities required by the Empire in the Bull system.
Your friends have no idea where it's from. Well, like I said, I don't Facebook, so I didn't see it.
Harold Duval has begun on Capitol. An official week of mourning has been declared throughout the Empire. Emperor Arisa Lavigny Duval opened the ceremony, delivering a eulogy for her half-brother. Princess
What are you doing? That's a lot of
Harold's
salt.
daughter, was also in attendance but was too emotional to address the huge crowd.
Why?
Messages of condolence from across the galaxy were on holographic
Why
display,
wasn't there? Did you leave it on all night?
From Alliance Prime Minister Redmond.
Fuel scoping.
Oh.
Federal President Zachary Hudson. Even Hadrian Duval, the exiled leader of Nova Imperium, paid respects to his late uncle. The body of the prince, contained within a jeweled transparent casket, was paraded through the city by a company of Imperial Guard. It will remain in state for 2 weeks prior to internment in the Hall of Martyrs. The Imperial Palace will host a memorial ceremony
If
to
they
honor
ask.
Harold Duval, for which rare commodities have been requested.
Frameshift drive charging.
Before Thursday, 1st October, Ngandandari fire opals, Esuseku caviar, Letheine brandy, and Kamitra cigars should be delivered to Otama Station in the Bull system, where the White Templars will transport.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Put them to capital after security vetting. Commanders of the pilot
That was a lot of salt you added.
assigned an Atalar system permit alongside financial rewards. To further encourage participation, Kutimaya Corporation will apply a discount of up to 25% for all purchases according
I don't think I'm gonna like your soup after you put that much salt in there. If I can see the salt dumping from 60 feet away, yeah, you added a lot of salt.
Fuel skipping.
An alert for the attention of all commanders. New starports to be
Yeah,
constructed in
which means you have twice as much salt in it now. The salt doesn't go anywhere, even though the water does.
Binary outposts into starports have concluded. The aim is to increase efficiency for fleet carrier owners who use large ships for transporting tritium fuel. Kevin Norson,
Fuel skipping complete.
Frames Limited published this statement from CEO Susanna Haynes. Thanks to a generous number of deliveries, we will have in place
Longer than you.
functioning Orbis starports for the start of October.
Frameshift drive charging.
Bryn Lefugin, HR 4979, Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tucani and Patriti systems. All participating traders can now collect their rewards at Blau Hub in the Tench system.
4, 3, 2, 1.
A similar announcement came from Dean Bradigan, Director of Steel Castle Incorporated. The many shipments that we received will enable us to provide new Coriolis stations in the LHS 4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Itasefe and Nineveh systems by the beginning of October. We hope these will provide services to travelers for many years to come. Rewards for all pilots who delivered these minerals
Fuel skipping.
are now available at Tenghuli Station in the Nagasaru system. Obituary: Prince Harold Duval. The Imperial Herald has published an obituary of Prince Harold Duval, who was assassinated by NMLA terrorists. Born in 3200
Fuel skipping complete.
to Emperor Hengist, Harold Duval reacted against his father's Puritan lifestyle by
Frameshift drive charging.
filling his days with partying and debauchery, becoming the black sheep of the Duval family.
May have a noob for Laura to train.
That Harold had a child with
I think Laura's in any position to train anyone right this second, but we do have some people back in the bubble that can train them.
3,
Radicus, for example. Both of Laura's accounts are out in the
His
black.
daughter, Princess Aisling Duval, has always spoken warmly of her loving father. Emperor Hengist eventually decreed that his son was not fit for the throne, despite being his only heir. Harold never contested this, perhaps relieved to allow half-sister Arisalavigny Duval to take his place. In recent years, Harold became a recluse in capital, suffering ill health from a lifetime of excesses. But a father's protective instinct most
system scan complete. Fuel
made him
skipping.
to travel to Aisling
Oh, I gotcha.
system after it was intact. Tragically, despite always renouncing power, merely being a Duval made him a target to those same Republican terrorists. As the Empire mourns Prince Harold, suspicions arise that the NMLA were able
Fuel skipping complete.
by inside knowledge of his ship's itinerary and security, throwing an uneasy shadow over
Frameshift drive charging.
the legacy of this eccentric, endearing man. Arrest made in Starship, one criminal case. An officer in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps has been
Oh,
arrested
that's
for
awesome.
sabotaging the present.
I hope they like it. I used to buy games for people, and then I found that my tastes were different than those around me, and I wound up buying 3 and 4 and 5 copies of the game only to play it by myself because they didn't like the game. Not this one, though. I don't think I bought this game for anyone.
Ordered unauthorized adjustments to the ship's hyperdrive systems while in dry dock, shortly before its launch in May 3301 and subsequent destruction. This case is now being brought before the Federal
Fuel scooping.
Court, where Mr. Webster will stand trial for mass murder and attempted treason. There has been no comment from President Zachary Hudson, but Shadow President Felicia Winters told the press, "This was a truly horrific tragedy, and there must be justice."
What do you mean you don't have to worry about getting horizons?
On that
Fuel scooping complete.
sad day. The apparent death of many Federation leaders aboard Starship One resulted in Winters
Frameshift drive charging.
briefly becoming acting president, shortly before Hudson won a vote of no confidence. There has been much media attention regarding how this
Oh,
event
awesome,
proved
really?
pivotal to both
Horizons
their
becomes a
political
free
careers.
update on October 27th?
4, 3,
That's amazing!
Community support required for starport conversions. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Trading commodities required in Nagasaru and Tench systems.
Where'd you find that at?
Construction companies have requested materials to convert refinery outposts into starboards to assist owners of fleet carriers who use large vessels for tritium refueling. Susanna Haynes, CEO of Governor Space Frames Limited, stated,
fuel scooping.
"With the galactic community's help, we can upgrade a maximum of 5 outposts into orbit starports. Our
Facebook group.
intermediaries, Tench Universal
I mean, I hope it was from a reliable source,
fabricators.
because Facebook is not exactly filled with reliable sources.
Blau hub in the Tench system. There were similar requests from Dean Bradigan, director of Steel Castle Incorporated.
Frameshift drive charging.
For travelers who find the familiar sight of Coriolis stations welcoming, here's a chance to build up to 5 more. We ask for shipments of bauxite, gallite and rutile to be delivered to CQC Holdings.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Link to post from the official Elite Dangerous page.
The number of starports will depend on the amount of material.
So you got it from
Target systems in order of
the Elite
priority
Dangerous
are
page of Frontier Development, not from Facebook.
Lambda 2 Takane, Patriti, LHS 4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Eta Cephei and 9. If successful, upgrading will be done for the start of October. Both initiatives begin on
System scan complete. Fuel
17th
scooping.
of September 3306 and will run for 1 week. If the final targets for a campaign are met earlier than planned, it will end immediately. Death of a Deval. Imperial news sources have confirmed that Prince Harold Deval was assassinated by NMLA terrorists while traveling incognito to the Samias system.
Incognito.
Emperor Arasalavik Deval broadcast this address. It is with
I'm not
great
getting any
sadness
closer
that
to
we announce
anyone.
the
This is funny.
Charging.
passing of our beloved Prince Harold. A state funeral at the Hall of Martyrs is being arranged and there will be a period of mourning, as is customary for esteemed members of the imperial family. There will
What
be
up?
opportunities for all citizens.
4,
What's wrong?
3, 2, 1.
You're waiting? Waiting for
to
what?
honor Harold's memory in an appropriate manner.
Oh, you got it on high?
Princess Aisling Deval, Harold's daughter, appeared uncharacteristically distressed when she gave a brief statement to the media. It's a huge loss to us all that. I'm sorry. I can't believe this has happened. He can't be gone. I used to have some sympathy for the Marlinists, but now they took him from us. They took my daddy. The NMLA also attacked Starport.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Gap Georgies, LHS 4031 and RAB systems. The Empire is now on heightened alert, and the Senate has approved new counter-terrorism initiatives proposed by Senator Denton Patrius.
Ever finish eating and realize I'm still hungry? No, usually I eat until my hunger is satiated.
Was dead after a targeted assassination attempt by the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army. The Empire has imposed a media blackout on these events, and no official statement has been made.
Frameshift drive charging.
However, independent journalist Gwendolyn Nash published this on the scene report for Vox Galactica. From interviewing multiple sources, we gather that a single assassin managed to infiltrate Harold Deval's personal
4, 3, 2, 1.
transport. He was killed by shipboard guards, but not before shooting the prince at close range. The NMLA claimed responsibility for this attack in its latest propaganda broadcast, which referred to the Deval family as imperialist parasites. The extremist group also demanded that Marlinists everywhere must rise up and demand a democratic republic. Harold Devan was famously declared unfit for the throne by Emperor Hengist, and has been out of the public eye ever since.
Fuel scooping.
He rarely left capital but was making an unpublished
Fuel scooping complete.
journey to visit his daughter Aisling Deval, presumably in response to the recent terrorist attack in the Samiez system. It remains unknown how the NMLA knew of the prince's itinerary, or managed to breach security on his ship. Inquiry into Starship One's destruction concludes. An independent inquiry by the Federal Attorney's Office into the destruction of presidential vessel Starship One has produced a final report. Senior Attorney Meland Walcoro made this statement. The loss of presidential vessel Starship One in May 3301, along with hundreds of lives, was a great tragedy. Despite suspicion that this was an attempt to eliminate then-President Jasmina Halsey, initial investigations concluded that a catastrophic malfunction of its drive systems was the likely cause. A new inquiry was opened when fresh evidence came to light, including testimonies from several members of the Federal Navy. Our final report states that there is sufficient reason to believe Starship One was destroyed by deliberate sabotage. A grand jury has determined that criminal charges should be made. We have shared our findings with the Federal Intelligence Agency, and understand that an arrest will take place shortly. The inquiry report is not yet in the public domain, but is thought to allege that illegal modifications were made to the frame-shift drive system of Starship One in advance of its destruction during flight through hyperspace. Terror attacks used Thargoid-derived explosives. The Imperial Internal Security Service has transmitted another urgent bulletin regarding terrorist attacks on starports in the Empire. There have been indications that the 4 starports came under attack by Thargoids. We can confirm that this is not the case, and there is no evidence of Thargoid vessels in the vicinity. Observers reported that some of the damage inflicted on the station's infrastructure closely resembled the effect of Thargoid weaponry. This was registered by internal sensor systems, resulting in automatic emergency broadcasts designed to summon aid during a Thargoid incursion. Preliminary investigations suggest the use of customized explosive devices that incorporated elements of Thargoid technology. This suggests that the perpetrators have access to unusually sophisticated resources as well as xenological materials. As yet there is no reason to doubt that the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army is responsible for these attacks. We have received reports of jubilant scenes from some Imperial fringe systems, in territories where Marlinism remains popular. Help with rescue operations is still being requested from the 4 Imperial starboards. Mackenzie Relay and the Samiez system, Tsiolkovsky Terminal in the Gavgeorgi
System scan complete.
system, Garrido Market in the LHS 4031 system, and Muller Terminal in the RAB system. Starport Upgrade Initiative to support fleet carriers. A press release from Brewer Corporation discusses plans to improve access to refueling for owners of fleet carriers. We have been surprised and gratified by the popularity of our latest product. The options for independent pilots and crews have been considerably expanded by the versatility and capability of our Drake-class carriers. But we have also listened to customers' concerns, in particular that large ships such as Anacondas, corvettes and clippers cannot
earn
refinery outposts to
me
take
right
on
now,
tritium
gotcha.
fuel. To help alleviate this issue, Brewer Corporation
What's wrong with your
has
laptop?
partnered with 2 independent construction firms, Kevlar Space Frames Limited and Steel Castle Incorporated. They are tasked with upgrading a number of outposts into fully functioning starboards, in order to make refueling runs more efficient. The 2 construction companies that won this contract both have impressive track records in modifying orbital
You taste
habitats.
test it?
Kevlar Space Frames
Is it good?
specializes in orbit starboards, while
Tastes
Steel
fine?
Castle exclusively
It
works
better.
with Coriolis designs.
If you ruined my
The
wife's
projects are
cooking,
expected to begin next week.
she will be very pissy with you.
Terrorist attacks on Imperial starports. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. The Empire has broadcast
Doesn't
this
have an
message
OS.
across its
Oh,
emergency
well,
channels.
that sucks.
There have been multiple
Licensing
explosions
expire,
within
or
Mackenzie Naval Station.
you run into a
Princess
problem where it
Ashley
got
Devan's home
deleted.
system of Samiez. NMLA terrorists have claimed responsibility. In coordinated attacks, they have also struck at Tsiolkovsky Terminal in the Gavgeorgi system, Garrido Market in the LHS 4031 system, and Muller Terminal in the RAB system. We urgently request assistance from the galactic community with repairing these starports and rescuing their populations. The Imperial Internal Security Service issued a bulletin regarding this current threat. The Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army is a paramilitary force of political extremists whose activities have been small-scale and
It was deleted. I gotcha.
Marlinism is a well-known
Intentionally
ideology
or
inspired by
unintentionally?
Marlin who established the Republic of Akanar in the
Surface scan.
Oh, you suck butthole, sir.
23rd century prior to it becoming the Empire.
Surface scan complete.
Many people in the fringe systems are Marlinists who want to replace hereditary emperors with representation by elected senators.
Been sitting for 2 years. I gotcha.
Conviction that only terror tactics
Hey!
will force such change.
How come you only grabbed your bow?
The Imperial family explains why it has targeted starports under the Duval banner.
No.
But its use of portable military-grade explosives is unprecedented, suggesting an increase in resources. Starship One trial begins.
I don't know what kind of crazy shit you're talking, but
Webster, who is charged with mass murder and attempted treason,
you got blood on your new shirt.
High Court on Mars. Mr. Webster, a department head in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps, is accused of attempting to destroy Starship One in 3301. He has filed a plea of not guilty. The prosecutor laid out the charges, including this summary. According to the testimonies of three naval
virus.
engineers,
I didn't know viruses deleted operating systems. Thought they corrupted operating systems, and then the people deleted the operating systems when they told it to delete corrupted material.
One engineer reviewed data for the Highliner Antares incident and realized that pre-modified power regulators could have caused an identical frame shift.
Stop watching porn, asshole.
She tried to trace the component's source and found the records deleted. After Mr. Webster refused to respond to her questions, she and her colleagues contacted the authorities, prompting a full inquiry. The Highliner Antares was a Sirius Corporation passenger liner that was destroyed in 3251 when its experimental hyperdrive engines malfunctioned. The defense refuted the accusations as
Been going to them suspicious porn sites.
making reference to Chief Technician Webster's otherwise flawless record. The trial is expected to conclude.
Verify your Reddit account. No. I don't Reddit.
State funeral held for Prince Harold Duval. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Rare commodities required by the Empire.
That's exactly what happened.
Prince Harold Duval has begun on Capitol. An official week of mourning has been declared throughout the Empire. Emperor Arisalavigny Duval opened the ceremony.
You were surfing suspicious sites. You had a wild-ass notification. You were like, holy shit, someone's trying to hack my shit. You turned it off real quick, and then when you waited about 10 minutes, you turned it back on, only to find out that it said that you had corrupted data on your system, and then your virus scanner said, would you like to delete the corrupted files? And you were like, yes, absolutely. Ha! I'll teach them, motherfuckers. And then you had no operating system, and you couldn't even access the computer.
By a company of Imperial Guard. It will remain in state for 2 weeks prior to internment in the Hall of Martyrs. The Imperial Palace will host a memorial ceremony to honor Harold Duval, for which rare commodities have been requested before Thursday, 1st October. Gadandri fire opals, Esuseku caviar, Ladiine brandy, and Kamitra cigars should be delivered to Otama Station in the Bull system, where the White Templars will transport them to Capital after security vetting. Commanders of the Pilots Federation will be assigned an Akanar system permit alongside financial rewards. To further encourage participation, Gutimaya Corporation will apply a discount of up to 25% for all ship purchases according to the amount of rare items provided. Successful initiatives to produce new starports.
Excuse me.
Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. New starports to be constructed in 10 systems. 2 projects to resource the upgrading of refinery outposts into starports have concluded. The aim is to increase efficiency for fleet carrier owners who use large ships for transporting tritium fuel. Kevin North Space Frames Limited published this statement from CEO Susanna Haynes. Thanks to a generous number of deliveries, we will have fully functioning Orbis starports for the start of October in the Fugin, HR 4979, Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tucani and Patriti systems.
Makes me mad that Fjorgen is one of the systems that they're upgrading the
similar announcement came from Dean Bradigan,
Station
director of
4.
Steel Castle Incorporated.
Fjorgen is right beside the baby bubble, which means it's gonna have fleet carriers right beside the fucking baby bubble. Just fucking bullshit. Bullshittery.
Systems by the beginning of October. We hope these will provide services to travelers for many years to come. Rewards for all pilots who delivered these minerals are now available at Tanghui Station in the Nagasaru system. Obituary. Prince Harold de Val. The Imperial Herald has published an obituary of Prince Harold de Val, who was assassinated by NMLA terrorists. Born in 3230 to Emperor Hengus, Harold de Val reacted against his father's Puritan lifestyle.
Wonder how long it'll be before the bubble actually expands. Fuck, I don't know, man.
It was probably accidental that Harold
It's caving in on itself now. Can't you hear? There's war brewing.
Shortly before her narcotics-related death, his daughter, Princess Aisling de Val, has always spoken warmly of her loving father. Emperor Hengist eventually decreed that his son was not fit for the throne, despite being his only heir. Harold never contested this, perhaps relieved to allow half-sister Arisa Lavigny de Val to take his place. In recent years, Harold became a recluse on Capitol, suffering ill health from a lifetime of excesses. But a father's protective instinct motivated him to travel to Aisling's home system after it was attacked. Tragically, despite always renouncing power, merely being a de Val made him a target to those same Republican terrorists. As the Empire mourns Prince Harold, suspicions arise that the NMLA were aided by inside knowledge of his ship's itinerary and security, throwing an uneasy shadow over the legacy of this eccentric, endearing man. Arrest made in Starship One criminal case. An officer in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps has been
Alrighty.
sabotaging the presidential
28,000 more light seconds.
A statement was made by Melend Walker of the Federal Attorney's Office.
This is why I like having Super Cruise Assist. It's just dumb.
Testimonies from
Hey, you
members of
buffo.
Mr. Webster's team claim
So
that
I tell you I like your outfit, so you
authorized
change?
adjustments to the ship's hyperdrive systems while in dry dock.
What the fuck, over?
Shortly before its launch in May 3301 and subsequent destruction. This case is now
Why
being
not?
brought before the Federal High Court, where Mr. Webster will stand trial.
There's always more. Maybe the bubble will burst. No telling,
There has
man.
been no comment from President Zachary Hudson, but Shadow President Felicia Winters told the press, "This was a truly horrific tragedy, and there must be justice for all those who lost their lives on that sad day." The apparent death of many Federation leaders aboard Starship One resulted in Winters briefly becoming acting president. Shortly before Hudson won a vote of no confidence. There has been much media attention regarding how this event proved pivotal to both of their political
It's empty.
careers.
No, it's from last night.
Community support required for starport conversions.
Yeah.
Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Trading commodities required in Nagasaru and Tench systems. 2 construction companies have requested materials to convert refinery outposts into starboards, to assist owners of fleet carriers who use large vessels for tritium refueling. Susanna Haynes, CEO of Governor Space Frames Limited, stated, "With the galactic community's help, we can upgrade a maximum of 5 outposts into orbit starports. Our intermediaries, Tench Universal Holdings, will accept deliveries of building fabricators, power generators and thermal cooling units at Blau Hub in the Tench system." There were similar requests from Dean Bradigan, director of Steel Castle Incorporated. For travelers who find the familiar sight of Coriolis
There's no
stations
chaff launcher
welcoming,
sold.
here's a chance to build
Anything
up
you
to
need,
5
I can
more.
actually
Ask for
stock
shipments
on my
at
carrier,
Port
so
Site.
you can buy it
All
from my
items
carrier.
are to be
That's
delivered to CQC
why I did it
Holdings
that
at
way.
Tanghui Station
That's why
in
it's
the
sitting in
Nagasaru
Colonia,
system.
because that's
The number
the
of starports will depend on
Colonia
amount
is
of
the
materials
administration
delivered.
system,
The
so I
target
can
systems
stock
in
whatever
order
you
of
guys need.
priority are Fjugin, HR 4979, Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tukani, Patriti, LHS 4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Eta Cephei and Ninabin. If successful, upgrading will be done for the start of October. Both initiatives begin on 17th of September 3306 and will run for 1 week. If the final targets for a campaign are met earlier than planned, it will end immediately. Death of a de Val. Imperial news sources have confirmed that Prince Harold de Val was assassinated by NMLA terrorists while traveling incognito to the Samias system. Emperor Arisa Lavigny de Val broadcast his address. It is with great sadness that we announce the passing of our beloved Prince Harold. A state funeral at the Hall of Martyrs is being arranged and there will be a period of mourning, as is customary for esteemed members of the imperial family. There will be opportunities for all citizens to honor Harold's memory in an appropriate manner. Princess Aisling Duval, Harold's daughter, appeared uncharacteristically distressed when she gave a brief statement to the media.
Only thing your eagle needs for survival.
I'm sorry. I can't believe this has
You'll probably
happened.
need me to stock
Can't be gone.
shield cells and shield cell banks as well. But whatever you need, just let me know and I'll stock it on the carrier. I don't have to be on it. The carrier's there. Why do you need chaff to survive out in the black? I mean, really.
And the Senate has approved new counter-terrorism initiatives proposed by Senator Denton Patrius. Prince Harold Duval assassinated. Prince Harold Duval is dead after a targeted assassination attempt by the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army. The Empire has imposed a media blackout on these events, and no official statement has been made. However, independent journalist Gwendolyn Nash published this on the scene report for Vox Galactica. From interviewing multiple sources, we gather that a single assassin managed to infiltrate Harold Duval's personal transport. He was killed by shipboard guards, but not before shooting the prince at close range. The NMLA claimed responsibility for this attack in its latest propaganda broadcast, which referred to the Duval family as imperialist parasites.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Alrighty.
Scan complete.
The extremist group also demanded that Marlinists everywhere must rise up and demand a democratic republic. Harold Duval was famously declared unfit for the throne by Emperor Hengist, and has been out of the public eye ever since. He rarely left capital but was making an unpublicized journey to visit his daughter Aisling Duval, presumably in response to the recent terrorist attack in the Samias system. It remains unknown how the NMLA knew of the prince's itinerary, or managed to breach security on his ship. Inquiry into Starship One's destruction concludes.
Terrorists.
An independent inquiry into the Federal Attorney's Office into the destruction of presidential vessel Starship One has produced a final report. Senior Attorney Meland Walcoral made this statement. The loss of presidential vessel Starship One in May 3301, along with hundreds of lives, was a great tragedy. Despite suspicion that this was an attempt to eliminate then-President Jasmina Halsey, initial investigations concluded that a catastrophic malfunction of its drive systems was the likely cause. A new inquiry was opened when
Soren
fresh
is hungry.
evidence came to light, including testimonies from several members of the
Is that
federal
Soren
government.
from Star Trek?
Final report states
Is that a
there is sufficient
misspelling of
reason to believe
Saren
Starship
from Mass
One was
Effect?
destroyed by deliberate sabotage. A grand jury has determined that criminal charges should be made. We have shared our findings with the Federal Intelligence Agency and understand that an arrest will take place shortly. The inquiry report is not yet in the public domain, but is thought to allege that illegal modifications were made to the frame-shift drive system of Starship One in advance of its destruction during flight through hyperspace. Terror attacks used Thargoid-derived explosives. The Imperial Internal Security Service has transmitted another urgent bulletin regarding
Lord of
terrorist
Console
attacks
of
on
E.
starports in the
How the
Empire.
devil are we? Hey,
There
what's
have
up,
been
Katina?
indications that the 4 starports came under attack by Thargoids. We can confirm that this is not the case, and there is
Name
no
of an owl.
evidence of
Okay.
Thargoid vessels in the vicinity. Observers reported that some of the damage
What was it? Was it
inflicted on the
Insurrection?
station's infrastructure closely resembled the effect
Which
of
one had
Thargoid
Kirk in it?
weaponry. This was registered by internal sensor systems, resulting in automatic emergency broadcasts designed to terminate during a
I think it was
Thargoid
Insurrection.
incursion. Preliminary investigations
You should
suggested
watch that
use of
movie. I think it's Star
customized
Trek
explosive
Insurrection.
devices that incorporate
Everything in me
elements of
tells me it's
Thargoid
Insurrection.
technology. This suggests that the perpetrators have
Generations.
access to unusually
That might be it too,
sophisticated
yes.
resources as well as
Whichever one had
technological
Kirk in it.
materials. Yet there is no reason to doubt that the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army is responsible for these attacks. We have received reports of jubilant scenes from some Imperial fringe systems, in territories where Marlinism remains popular. Help with rescue operations is still being requested from the 4 Imperial starboards. Mackenzie Relay in the Semias system, Tsiolkovsky Terminal in the Gavgeorgis system, Garrido Market in the LHS 4031 system, and Muller Terminal in the RAB system. Starport upgrade initiative to support fleet.
He's a great actor.
A press release from
I liked him in
discusses plans to improve access to refueling.
oh, was it A Stroke of Genius?
We have been surprised and gratified by the popularity of our latest product.
It's one of the Bobby Jones movies.
Pilots and crews have been
I need a drink. I'll be right back.
by the versatility and capability of our trade-class carriers. But we have also
Sure.
listened to customers' concerns, in particular that large ships such as Anacondas, corvettes and clippers cannot dock with refinery outposts and take on tritium fuel. To help alleviate this issue, Brewer Corporation...
I mean, think about this. Who the hell would try to fucking use a Corvette or a Clipper to haul tritium anyway? Who does
We are
that?
tasked with upgrading a number of outposts into fully functioning starboards in order to make refueling runs more efficient. The two construction companies that won this contract both have impressive track records in modifying orbital habitats. Kevin North Space Frames specializes in Orbis starboards, while
Whoa.
Steel Castle exclusively
There you
works
go.
with Coriolis designs. The projects are expected to begin next week.
Okay.
Terrorist attacks on Imperial
Clockwork Orange.
starboards. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. The Empire has broadcast this message across
Oh,
its
that's
emergency channels.
Stanley Kubrick for you.
There have been multiple explosions within Mackenzie Relay Station in Princess Aisling de Val's home system of Samies. NMLA terrorists have claimed responsibility. In coordinated attacks, they have also struck at Tsiolkovsky Terminal in the Gabgeorgis system, Garrido Market in the LHS 4031 system, and Mila Terminal in the RAB system. We urgently request assistance from the galactic
What's going on, Skillet?
community with repairing these starports and rescuing their populations. The Imperial Internal Security Service issued a bulletin regarding
Commander
this current
Jingles,
threat.
as in
The Neo-Marlin is
the
being
mouse
regulated
from
by paramilitary
Green Mile?
forces
Question mark.
and extremists whose activities have been small-scale until now. Marlinism is a well-known ideology inspired by Marlin de Val, who established the Republic of Achenar in the 23rd century prior to it becoming the Empire. Many people in the fringe systems are Marlinists, who want to replace hereditary emperors with representation by elected senators. Neo-Marlinism is a more radical conviction that only terror tactics will force such change. The NMLA's hatred of the imperial family explains why it has targeted starports under the Deval banner, but its use of portable military-grade explosives is unprecedented, suggesting an increase in resources. Starship One trial begins. The trial of Chief Technician Rory Webster, who is charged with mass murder.
2001 Space Odyssey, basically an LSD trip. I wouldn't doubt that, I really would.
Webster, a department head in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps, is accused of attempting to destroy Starship One in 3.
However, he did a great job with,
he has filed a plea of
I almost said Good Morning Vietnam.
Prosecutor laid out the charges, including this summary.
Full Metal Jacket.
According to the testimonies of 3 naval engineers, they installed replacement power regulator components to Starship One prior to its launch. Mr. Webster verified this was routine maintenance during the initial
It was 2,000 light years where
Last year, one engineer
From where he
reviewed
was supposed to
data
be.
for the Highliner Antares incident and realized that pre-modified power regulators could have caused an identical frame shift drive misjump on Starship One. She tried to trace the component's source and found the records deleted. After Mr. Webster refused to respond to her questions, she and her colleagues contacted the authorities, prompting a inquiry. Highliner Antares was a Sirius Corporation passenger liner that was destroyed in 3251 when its experimental hyperdrive engines malfunctioned. The defense refuted the accusations as
Yes, Full Metal
unfoundable
Jacket was an
and motivated
amazing
by
movie.
personal grudges, making reference to Chief Technician Webster's otherwise flawless record. The trial is expected to conclude next week. State funeral held for Prince Harold de Val. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Rare commodities required by the Empire in the Bull system. The state funeral of Prince Harold de Val has begun on Capitol. An official week of mourning has been declared throughout the Empire. Emperor Arisa Lavigny de Val opened the ceremony, delivering a eulogy for her half-brother. Princess Aisling de Val, Harold's daughter, was also in attendance but was too emotional to address the huge crowds. Messages of condolence from across the galaxy were on holographic display, including from Alliance Prime Minister Redwood Mahone and Federal President Zachary Hudson. Even Hadrian de Val, the exiled leader of Nova Imperium, paid respects to his late uncle.
Full Metal
The body of the
Alchemist.
prince, contained within a jeweled transparent casket,
I never
was
watched
paraded
those.
through the city by a company
I'm
of Imperial
curious
Guard.
about them several
It will remain
times
in state for 2 weeks
because of my
prior to
interest in
return to
Trigun
the
and
Hall of
Vampire Hunter
Martyrs.
D, but
The Imperial Palace will host a memorial ceremony to honor Harold Duval, for which rare commodities have been requested before Thursday, 1st October. Ngandandari fire opals, Esuseku caviar, Levian brandy, and Kamitra cigars should be delivered to Otama Station in the Bull system, where the White Templars will transport them to capital after security vetting. Commanders of the Pilots Federation will be assigned an Akalar system permit alongside financial rewards. To further encourage participation, Gutimaya Corporation will apply a discount of up to 25% for all ship purchases according to the amount of those
alrighty.
items
Let's see
provided.
here.
Successful initiatives to produce new
You have a huge
starports.
crush on Nicole
Pilots
Kidman.
Federation alert
Nicole
for the
Kidman
attention of all
in
commanders. New
Eyes Wide
starports
Shut,
to be
or Nicole
constructed in 10
Kidman
systems.
in Days of
10
Thunder,
projects to
or
resource
we
the
talking like
upgrading of
Nicole
refinery
Kidman?
outposts into starports have completed. The aim is to increase
What's something
efficiency
recently
for
she's
carrier
done?
owners who use large ships for transporting tritium fuel. Kevin North Space Frames Limited published this statement from CEO Susanna Haynes. Thanks to a generous number of deliveries, we will have in place fully functioning Orbis starports for the start of October in the Fugin, HR 4979, Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tucani and Patriti
So say because both the movies I suggested, she was only one, she was 22, the other one she was 24.
A similar announcement came from Dean Bradigan, director of Steel Castle Incorporated.
I mean, she's near 60 now.
Will enable us to provide new
Oh,
career
I was gonna say
stations
she's
in
nearly
NHS
60, bro.
4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Itasefe and Linabin systems by the beginning of October. We hope these will provide services to travelers for many years to come. Rewards for all pilots who delivered these minerals are now
She can
available
be your
at
cougar. Have you seen her lately?
Nagasari systems.
I mean, let's be real. Back in
Obituary.
middle school and high school, I had a crush on Firuza Balk. Have you seen her lately? She literally looks like Yzma trapped in a wind tunnel.
Harold Duval reacted to his father's Puritan lifestyle by filling his days with partying and debauchery, becoming the black sheep of the Duval family. It was probably accidental that Harold had a child with entertainer Imogen Gabriel.
DC used their anti-aging CGI to make her look like a teenager.
His daughter, Princess Aisling Duval, has always spoken warmly of her loving father. Emperor Hengist eventually decreed
I'm
that his
serious.
son
I
was not
mean,
fit for the throne.
everyone in chat right now,
Harold never
switch to Google real quick and search Firuza Balk 1999 and then Firuza Balk today.
In recent years, Harold became a recluse.
It's a horrifying reality.
On capital, suffering ill health from a lifetime of excesses. But a father's protective instinct motivated him to travel to Aisling's home system after it was attacked. Tragically, despite always renouncing power, merely being a Duval made him a target to those same Republican terrorists. As the Empire mourns Prince Harold, suspicions arise that the NMLA
Kate Beckinsale does still look good, and she is, I think she's what, 48, 49?
Shadow over the legacy of this eccentric, endearing man.
Some women age gracefully, some do not. Firuza Balk did not.
An officer in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps has been arrested.
Holy shit, does this guy use the same paint job as me on his carrier? For real? Oh, no he don't. No he don't.
Presidential vessel Starship One. A statement was made by Melend Walcor in the Federal Attorney's Office. Chief Technician Rory Webster was a department head of engineering for Starship One.
This is a Frankenstein-looking carrier, man. It's like pewter green with blue stripes and purple fucking landing pads. I'm tempted to see what color the fucking thrusters are.
This case is now being brought before the Federal High Court, where Mr. Webster will stand trial for mass murder. Landing successful.
Right, right. You get more distinguished. That only works for so long.
There has been no comment from President Zachary Hudson, but Shadow President Felicia Winters told the press, "This was a truly horrific tragedy, and there must be justice for all those who lost their lives on that sad day." The apparent death of many Federation leaders aboard Starship One resulted in Winter's briefly
Laura seems to think she'll look like a prune in a year or two.
Hudson won a vote of no confidence. There has been much media attention regarding how this event proved pivotal to both of their political careers. Community support required for starport conversions. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. Trading commodities required in Nagasuru and Tench systems.
Excuse me.
Construction companies have requested materials to convert refinery outposts into starboards to assist owners of fleet carriers who use large vessels for tritium refueling. Susanna Haynes, CEO of Governor Space Frames Limited, stated,
Prunes can be nice.
Help, we can upgrade a maximum of 5 outposts into
Kathina says Laura is gorgeous. She's totally jealous.
Tench Universal Holdings will accept deliveries of building
Skillet.
fabricators, power
Skillet doesn't only
generators,
like
and
prunes.
crew
Skillet
units
likes
with
huge
power
girls.
systems.
So, I mean, I don't
There was
think
similar
huge
requests
girls
from Dean
prune
Brown,
when they
Director of
age.
Steel Castle
They just kind of
Incorporated.
sag a little
For
bit, man.
travelers who find the familiar sight of Coriolis
Skin
station
stays
working,
stretched
here's a
fairly
chance
tight.
to build up to
I
5
love you,
more. We
Kathina.
ask for shipments of bauxite, gallite and rutile to be delivered to CQC Holdings at Tenghui Station in the Nagasuru system. The number of starports will depend on the amount
All
of
right, Falcon.
materials delivered. The target systems in order of priority are Fugin, HR 4979,
What?
Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tukane,
Nah.
LHS 4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Eta Cephei and Ninabin. If successful, upgrading will be done.
They have a variety of tastes. I don't think it's considered tastes. If you, I mean, if it's anything.
And will run for 1 week. If the final
I don't
targets for a
think it's
campaign are met
anything.
earlier than
It has
planned,
some
it
limit,
will
I'm
end
sure.
immediately.
I mean, if you have absolutely no
Death of a Deval. Imperial news sources have
preferences and you'll sleep with anything, I don't think that's a wide variety of tastes. I think that's just no tastes at all. You just, you know, you're just not picky. Just, you know, take what you can get.
Passing of our beloved Prince Harold. A state funeral at the Hall of Martyrs is being arranged, and there will be a period.
You remind me of my
as is
brother,
customary
Skillet.
for
He used to
esteemed
say,
members of
if
the
a girl
imperial
don't meet your
family,
standards,
there will be opportunities
lower
for
your
all
fucking
citizens to honor
standards.
Harold's memory
I
in
never
an
understood that.
appropriate manner. Princess Aisling Duval, Harold's daughter.
Trust me, there are lines. Yeah, yeah, where the fat hangs over another
Oh, stop
fat
it.
roll. Yeah, it creates a line.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes it gets
I can't believe
infected.
this has happened. You can't be gone. I used to have some sympathy for the Mormons, but now they took him from us. They took my
Kathina says, I'm staying out of this one. I never understood the mentality. I mean, and I feel the same way for females. I think females should, you know, have types and enjoy their types, you know.
Harold Deval dead after a targeted assassination attempt by the
Okay.
Neo-Marxist Liberation Army. The Empire has imposed a media blackout on these events, as no official statement has been
All right,
made.
let's see here. Are there any tritium deposits in this system alone? I didn't see a single gas giant. Nope, you didn't only not see a single gas giant, you didn't see a single fucking ring. Okay.
He was killed by
Metallic
shipwreck
ring.
blast, but not before shooting
No.
the prince at close range. The NMLA claimed responsibility for this attack in its latest propaganda
I mean, if a
broadcast,
woman's a
which
chubby
referred
chaser,
to the
man, then
Duval
let her
family
have her
as
chubbies,
Coriolis
man.
parasites. The extremist group also demanded that Marxists everywhere must rise up and demand a democratic republic. Harold Deval was famously declared unfit for the throne.
Plant release confirmed. Restrict speed until a carrier is far behind you.
By Emperor Hengist, and has been out of the public eye ever since. He rarely left capital but was making an unpublicized journey to visit his daughter Aisling Duval, presumably in response to the recent terrorist attack in the Samias system. It remains unknown how the NMLA knew of the prince's itinerary, or managed to breach security on his ship. Inquiry into Starship One's destruction concludes. An
Huh?
independent inquiry by the Federal Attorney's Office into the destruction of President...
We were talking about tastes and body types. We weren't talking about fucking limp fat dicks. I mean, I don't.
The loss of presidential vessel Starship
You're not
One-
confused. You're perverted. You're a fucking perv, Laura.
Hundreds of years was a great trade.
Excuse me.
Despite suspicion that this was an attempt to eliminate then-President Jacqueline Mahasi, initial investigations concluded that a catastrophic malfunction of its drive systems.
You don't care how someone looks. I care how someone is.
When fresh evidence came to light, including
I don't think you can classify looks as only lust. And I say that because you can absolutely love and adore someone's personality and be disgusted by their physical appearance. Now, some people are able to deal with that, but it usually never goes much further beyond, like, friends, you know. There has to be some sort of chemistry, some type of attraction there. Now, some women are attracted to personality types and not physical attributes. That's a thing. That is much, much less prevalent in males, though. Not saying that males are shallow. I'm just, you know, chemically speaking, our bodies respond to attraction.
Observers reported that some of the damage inflicted on
That's what I said. I mean, females' chemical makeup is different than males. There's an icy ring.
Resulting in automatic emergency broadcasts designed to summon aid during a Thargoid incursion. Preliminary investigations suggest the use of customized explosive devices.
Anyone who says that male and female biochemistry are identical don't know what the hell they're talking about. The male and female psyche is completely different.
Reason to doubt that the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army is responsible for these attacks. We have received reports of jubilant scenes from
Yeah, it's much less prevalent in dudes.
in territories where Marlinism remains popular. Help with rescue operations is still being requested
What do you mean?
for Imperial starboards.
Personality
And the
definitely matters.
Zemlius system.
Well, of course. I mean, personality is always going to matter. For example, even with a guy, she can be drop dead gorgeous, and you know, yeah, you'll want to just bang her fucking teeth out. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if you can't fucking deal with her on a fucking personal level, she's unattractive. You know, if she's completely and utterly just a cunt, then yeah, no, I want nothing to do with her. It's that's the difference between, you know, a fuck buddy and a relationship. And all men, and yeah, I'm going to go there and say all men. All men are alike in a certain degree, in as much as they would rather settle down. Now, this only applies to those who would ever actually consider settling down. They would rather settle down with someone who is less attractive than they would like, but that they could get along with, or someone that they could relate to on an emotional level. Personality does matter to males. However, it doesn't matter if she's got the absolute perfect personality. If she absolutely disgusts you physically, you're gonna have a problem. You know, there's gonna be a wall there.
Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. The Empire has broadcast this message across its emergency channels. There have been multiple explosions within Mackenzie Relay Station in Princess Ashling de Val's home system of Zemlius. NMLA terrorists have
You guys think with their other head most of the time? Only between the ages of 16 and 30. Once you breach the 30-year-old, that becomes less and less the occasion. It still happens all the way up into the 50s and 60s, but it becomes more and more rare. Ultimately, between 16 and 30, yeah, they do primarily think with their dick. But once they, you know, hit maturity, they start to think more logical.
Established the Republic of Akanar in the 23rd century prior to it becoming the Empire. Many people in the fringe systems are Marlinists.
Those who don't, those who continue to think with their dicks past the age of 30 are your sexual predators, your fucking narcissists, etc., etc., etc.
Why it has targeted starports under the Deval banner. but its use of portable military-grade explosives is unprecedented.
Now, there are female
suggesting
narcissists
an
too,
increase
but
in resources.
yeah, they're your sexual deviants are the ones that
Starship One trial begins.
only think with their
The
dick
trial of
once
Chief
they've
Technician
reached the age of
Rory
maturity.
Webster, who was charged
And they're
with
usually the
mass murder
ones
of
that
attempted
women
treason, began today at the
consider
Federal High Court on Mars.
immature.
Mr. Webster, a department head in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps,
They usually get labeled as immature.
attempting to destroy Starship One in 3301. He has filed a plea of not guilty. The prosecutor laid out the charges, including this summary. According to the testimonies of 3 naval engineers, they installed
That doesn't look like
power
ice.
regulator components to Starship One prior to its launch. Mr. Webster verified this was routine maintenance during the initial
What?
investigation. Last year, one engineer
Welcome
reviewed
back,
data for the
Skillet.
Highliner and
Surface scan complete.
Harry's incident and realized that pre-modified power regulators could have caused an identical frame
Surface scan complete.
shift drive misjump on Starship One.
Well, there's tritium.
Tried to trace the component's source and
Is there only one tritium?
deleted. After
That's all that
Mr.
matters.
Webster refused to respond to her questions, she and her colleagues contacted the authorities, prompting a full inquiry. The Highliner Antares was a Sirius Corporation passenger liner that was destroyed in 3251 when its experimental
Well,
hyperdrive engines
I appreciate your observation.
The defense refuted the accusations as unprovable
and
motivated by personal grudges,
a little
making
inside
reference to Chief Technician Webster
information.
otherwise
Laura was originally attracted to not just my personality, but my piety. However, while I thought she was sweet, I wasn't really interested romantically in her until she started sending me nudes of her in a freaking oil bath. So, yeah, that happened.
Emperor Lara developing the ceremony, delivering a eulogy for her half-brother. Princess Aisling Val, Harold's daughter, was also in attendance but was too emotional to address the huge crowds.
She said to LMAO. Well, I mean, I was married at the time. Now, I was miserably married and had been literally looking for a opportunity to leave for better part of 2 or 3 years. And Laura was just a friend. She was literally just a friend. And she was texting me one night, and my wife and I were busy. It was a special occasion. I don't remember which special occasion it was, but we were busy. And Laura kept texting, and to get Laura to quit texting, I sent a picture of what we were busy doing. And rather than take the hint and fuck off, Laura took the opposite hint and sent pictures back. So we totally misunderstood each other that way. Two
projects to resource the upgrading of refinery outposts into starports have concluded.
I mean, it's not like you didn't like my
increase
picture.
efficiency for fleet carrier
I still
owners
have
who
'em.
use large ships for transporting tritium fuel. Kevin North Space Frames Limited.
What is she doing?
published this statement
She's chasing
from
something.
CEO
Finally
Susanna
came in
Hayes.
house.
Is it a lizard?
Thanks
I have
to
no
a tremendous
idea.
number of
Did she get a
deliveries,
lizard?
We will have in place fully functioning Orbis starports for the start of October in the fuel.
Why it kept trying to come in? Why didn't it just go the other way?
Wolf 294.
It knew
Lambda
she
2
was there.
Titanium
Temperature
for fuel.
differential.
All participating traders can now collect their rewards at Blau Hub in the Tench system.
Colleen, don't you dare break shit.
A similar announcement came
My cat
from
is
Dean
chasing
Bradigan.
something.
I think she's got a lizard. It looked like it came in under the door.
That we received will enable us to provide new
Take the fucking
Coriolis
lizard
stations in the LHS 40.
The door? Yeah. I saw it come in, so it's somewhere over there.
You saw a lizard?
No, I just saw something move.
Oh.
It almost looked yellow, which was weird.
Asteroid scan.
It could have been just a light.
It's possible.
Rewards for all pilots who delivered these minerals are now available at Tangui Station in the Nagasaru system.
Programming input drone.
Colleen, you were supposed to prevent it from coming in the house.
Obituary. Prince Harold
Right.
Duval. The Imperial Herald has published an obituary of Prince Harold Duval, who was assassinated by NMLA terrorists. Born in 3230 to Emperor Hengist, Harold de Val reacted against his father's Puritan lifestyle by filling his days with partying and debauchery, becoming the black sheep of the de Val family. It was
You're mixing with the way wrong type of
with
women.
entertainer Imogen Gabrielini, but they married shortly before her narcotics-related death. His daughter, Princess Aisling de Val, has always spoken warmly of her loving father. Emperor Hengist eventually decreed that his son was not fit for the throne, despite being his only heir. Harold never contested this, perhaps relieved to allow half-sister Arisa Lavigny de Val to take his place. In recent years, Harold became a recluse on Capitol, suffering ill health.
Left you 4 child support and a more wealthier man.
Instinct motivated him to travel to Aisling's home system after it was attacked. Tragically, despite always renouncing power, made him a target.
I'm not going to say that's not true because I don't know the situation, but I find it hard to believe that 2 women bred with you just for a child support paycheck, and then I mean that's a lot of pain to go through.
The Navy Engineering Corps has been arrested for sabotaging the presidential vessel Starship One. A statement was made by Melinda Walker of the Federal Attorney's Office. Chief Technician Rory.
Well, Kathina, that makes you English. You forget we're not English. We're American.
Members of Mr. Webster's team claim that he ordered unauthorized adjustments to the ship's hyperdrive systems while in dry dock, shortly before its launch in May 3301 and subsequent destruction. This case is now
welfare queens. Then explain welfare queens. Well, you have to look at the social archetype of those particular types of people. And you have to understand what enables them to be that type of person. It's not as easy as it looks. I mean, your government is as much to blame as the mentality behind it. Not every woman that applies for child support is a welfare queen. Any of your ex-wives or ex-women get a job when they left? Maybe?
Materials to convert refinery outposts into starboards to assist owners of fleet carriers who use large vessels for tritium refueling. Susanna Haynes, CEO of
She doesn't work? Is she married?
Stated, with the galactic community's help, we can upgrade a maximum of 5 outposts into orbit starports. Our intermediaries, Tench Universal Holdings, will accept deliveries of building fabricators.
She's not married, so she lives solely off of the child support you pay.
There were similar requests from
and nothing else.
Director of Steel Castle Incorporated. For travelers who find the familiar sight of Coriolis stations welcoming, here's a chance
Just
to
got
build
dark.
up to 5 more. We ask for shipments of
I hate kids.
Gallant and Brutal to be delivered to CQC Holdings at Tenhui Station in the Nagasuru system. The number of starports will depend on the amount of materials delivered. The target system
With a carving knife.
in order of priority are Fugin, HR 497.
Why do you hate kids, Kathina? Not saying it's uncommon. A lot of people hate kids. I'm just curious what your reasoning is.
If successful, upgrading will be done for the start of October. Both initiatives begin on 17th of September 3306 and will run for 1 week. If the final targets for a campaign are met earlier than planned, it will end immediately. Death of a de Val. Imperial news sources have confirmed that Prince Harold de Val was assassinated by NMLA terrorists while traveling incognito to the Samias system. Emperor Arisalavik de Val broadcast
Prospector limpet engaged.
address. It is with great sadness that we
They annoy
announce
me.
the passing
Brother has 4 kids and little brats.
of our beloved Prince Harold. A state funeral at the Hall of Martyrs is being arranged in the Imperial
Zoo material. Zoo. Oh, zero. I said. I kept saying zoo.
There will be opportunities
Zero
for
maternal
all
instincts.
citizens to honor Harold's
Yeah, there's
memory
nothing
in an
wrong with that.
appropriate manner. Princess Aisling de Val, Harold's daughter, appeared uncharacteristically distressed when she gave a brief statement
Yes,
to the
why?
media. It's a huge loss to us all that. I'm sorry. I can't believe this has happened. He can't be gone. I used to have some sympathy for the Marlinists, but now they took him from us. They took my daddy. The NMLA also attacked starports in the SAMIS, Gap Georgies, LHS 4031 and RAB systems. The Empire is now on heightened alert, and the Senate has approved new counter-terrorism initiatives proposed by Senator Denton Patrius. Prince Harold Deval assassinated. Prince Harold Deval is dead after a targeted assassination attempt by the Neo-Marlinist Liberation
He enticed
Army.
her to leave you as he was leaving. I'm assuming he was interested in her, maybe?
Independent journalist Gwendolyn Nash published this on the scene report for Vox Galactica. From interviewing multiple sources, we gather that a single assassin managed to infiltrate Harold Deval's
Well, if she was
personal
driving
transport.
him nuts with
He was killed
nagging
by
and you
shipboard
nuts with
guards, but
nagging,
not
then
before
I
shooting
don't
the
see
prince at
what
close range.
your complaint is
NMLA
with
claimed
being rid of her.
responsibility
Oop.
for this attack in its latest propaganda broadcast, which referred to the Deval family as imperialist parasites. The extremist group also demanded that Marlinists everywhere must rise up and demand a democratic republic. Harold Deval was famously declared unfit for the throne by Emperor Hengist, and has been out of the public eye ever since. He rarely left capital but was making an unpublicized journey to visit his daughter Aisling Deval, presumably in response to the recent terrorist attack in the SAMIS system.
You're worked off your feet? That's interesting, because most of our people over here, most of our health workers are borderline out of work.
Inquiry into Starship One's destruction concludes.
Because there's absolutely nothing to do.
The Central Attorney's Office into the destruction of presidential vessel Starship One has produced a final report. Senior Attorney Melend Walcoral made this statement.
She was a good woman, but you've literally just sit here and told me 15 damn things that she did wrong. So obviously you're either lying to yourself or you're lying to me. Either way, you're lying.
Investigations concluded that a catastrophic malfunction of its drive systems was the likely cause. A new inquiry was opened when fresh evidence came to light, including testimonies from several members of the Federal Navy. Our final report states that there is sufficient reason to believe Starship One was destroyed by deliberate sabotage. A grand jury has determined that criminal charges should be
Well, it's
made.
not that he denies it's a thing. It's that he acknowledges that it's, regardless of how severe or life-threatening it can be, more people die from fucking standard flu every year than corona. It's not about not acknowledging it's a thing. It's about acknowledging that it's just another thing. 10 times more people die in car accidents than COVID-19. Okay?
There have been indications that the 4 starports came under attack by Thargoids.
Are we supposed to shut down the roads and make people wear helmets? Let's be realistic.
Some of the damage inflicted on the station's infrastructure closely resembled the effect of Thargoid weaponry.
Good actor. Well, I mean, you know, women as a rule do make decent actresses.
Emergency broadcasts designed to summon Thargoid. Preliminary investigations suggest the use of customized explosive devices that incorporated elements of Thargoid technology. This suggests that the perpetrators have access to unusually sophisticated resources as well as xenological materials. As yet, there is no reason to doubt that the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army is responsible for these attacks. We have received reports of jubilant scenes from some Imperial fringe systems, in territories where Marlinism remains popular. Help with rescue operations is still being requested.
Well, 200,000 people haven't died in 6 months over here, period. Regardless of what the news say our numbers are, that's grossly exaggerated.
EHS 4031 system and minor terminal in the RAB system. Starport upgrade initiative to support fleet carriers. A press release from Ball Corporation discusses plans to improve access.
Yeah, over here, literally every death is being labeled as COVID, even completely unrelated. Suicides are being labeled as COVID over here. So, you understand the disdain for our statistics over here.
Such as anacondas, corvettes and clippers cannot dock with refinery outposts to take on.
Collector limpet expired.
TRITIUM Fuel. To help alleviate this issue, Brewer Corporation has partnered with two independent construction firms, Kevlar Space Frames Limited and Steel Castle Incorporated. They are tasked with upgrading a number of outposts into fully functioning starboards in order to make refueling runs more efficient. The two construction companies that won this contract both have impressive track records in modifying orbital habitats. Kevlar Space Frames specializes in orbit starboards, while Steel Castle exclusively works with Korean designs.
We had people being laid off because of the preparation for the incoming cases that never came.
On Imperial starports.
We had a 15% layoff nationwide of medical personnel because they weren't needed.
Has broadcast this message across its emergency channel. There have been multiple explosions with Mackenzie Relay Station in Princess Ashling de Val's home system of Samies. NMLA terrorists have claimed responsibility. In coordinated attacks, they have also struck at Tsiolkovsky Terminal in the Gabgeorgis system, Garrido Market in the
So, Bizzle, what are you doing?
4031 system, and Mila Terminal in the RAB system. We urgently request assistance from the galactic community with repairing these starports and rescuing their populations.
Prospector limpet engaged.
The Imperial Internal Security Service issued a bulletin regarding
Asteroid scan complete.
this current threat. The Neo-Marlinist
Prospector limpet failed.
Liberation Army is a paramilitary force of political extremists whose activities have been small-scale until now. Marlinism is a well-known ideology inspired by Marlin de Val, who established the Republic of Akanar in the 23rd century prior to it becoming the Empire.
Enjoy your truth. What are you talking about, Bizzle?
Who want to replace hereditary
Prospector limpet engaged.
emperors with representation by elected senators.
Asteroid scan complete.
Neo-Marlinism is a more radical conviction that only terror tactics will force such change. The NMLA's hatred of the Imperial family explains why it has targeted starports under the Duval banner. But its use of portable military-grade explosives is unprecedented, suggesting an increase in resources.
Well, while you're working your ass off, our national unemployment is at an unprecedented rate currently. Including myself, I haven't been employed in a year. Slightly over a year, to be honest.
Head in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps is accused of attempting to destroy Starship 1 in 3301. He has filed a plea of not guilty. The prosecutor laid out the charges, including this summary. According to the testimonies of 3 naval engineers, they installed replacement power regulator components to Starship 1 prior to its launch. Mr. Webster verified this was routine maintenance during the initial investigation. Last year, one engineer reviewed data for the Highliner and
heart attacks blamed on COVID-19.
Pre-modified power regulators could have caused an identical frame shift drive misjump on Starship 1. She tried to trace the component's source and found the records deleted. After Mr. Webster refused to respond to her questions, she and her colleagues contacted the authorities, prompting a full inquiry. The Highliner Antares was a Sirius Corporation passenger liner that was destroyed in 3251.
Ours isn't necessarily because of places shutting down. It's just our unemployment epidemic has been growing for a while now. Like I said, we all know COVID was the beginning of 2019. I've actually been unemployed since September of 2019, before the discovering of COVID.
Rare commodities required by the Empire in the Bull system. The state funeral of Prince Harold de Val.
I mean, hell, I've applied for work in damn Guam.
A week of mourning has been declared throughout the Empire. Emperor Arisa Lavigny de Val opened the ceremony, delivering a eulogy for her half-brother. Princess Ashling de Val, Harold's daughter, was also in attendance but was too emotional to address the huge crowds. Messages of condolence from across the galaxy were on holographic display, including from Alliance Prime Minister Redmond Mahone and
Well, by locking down people in their homes, you can prevent the spread of anything viral or bacterial. However, by locking people down in communal areas, aka a dormitory, you're just turning that into a giant petri dish. That's just dumb.
The Imperial Palace will host a memorial ceremony to honor Harold de Val, for which rare commodities have been requested before Thursday, 1st October. Ngandandri fire opals, Esuseku caviar, Laviine brandy, and Kamitra cigars should be delivered to Otama Station in the Bull system, where the White Templars will transport them to capital after security vetting. Commanders of the Pilots Federation will be assigned an acolyte system
I got
permit
10
alongside
tons.
financial
That's 3 million
rewards.
credits.
To further encourage participation, Gutimaya Corporation will apply a discount of up to 25% for all ship purchases according to the amount of rare items provided. Successful initiatives to produce new starports. Pilots Federation alert for the attention of all commanders. New starports to be constructed in 10 systems. 2 projects to resource the upgrading of refinery outposts into starports have concluded. The aim is to increase efficiency for fleet carrier owners who use large ships for transporting tritium fuel.
Asteroid depleted.
Finally!
Kevin North Space Frames Limited published this statement from CEO Susanna Haynes. Thanks to a generous number of deliveries, we will have in place fully functioning Orbis starports for the start of October in the Fugian. HR 4979, Wolf 294.
I think it's orange, yellow, and white. Does anyone know the colors of candy corn?
Participating traders can now collect their awards at Blau Hub in the Tench system. A similar announcement came from Dean Bradigan, Director of Steel Castle Incorporated.
My area of expertise includes chemical transportation and safe storage. Any and all chemicals in bulk content. Anywhere from liquid hydrogen peroxide to asphalt, which is just a waste product that is pure profit. Any and every petrol-based chemical, as well as a lot of chemicals that are not petrol-based.
Obituary, Prince Harold Duval.
Asteroid scan complete.
Imperium Herald has published an obituary of Prince Harold Duval, who was assassinated by
Something like that. I don't know.
Born in 3230 to Emperor Hengist, Harold Duval reacted against his father's Puritan lifestyle by filling his days with partying.
It's adding fuel to the fire. What are you referring to there, Fluffy? She was 76. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. The misrepresenting of statistics. Yeah.
His daughter, Princess Aisling Duval, has always spoken warmly of her loving father. Emperor Hengist eventually decreed that his son was not fit for the throne, despite being his only heir. Harold never contested this, perhaps relieved to allow half-sister Aris Alavigny Duval to
orange, yellow, then white. I know, but in what order?
Suffering ill health from a lifetime of excesses.
I don't eat candy corn. I think it's yellow on the back, orange in the middle, and then white on the tip. Is that correct?
Was attacked. Tragically, despite always renouncing power, merely being a Duval made him a target to those same Republican terrorists. As the Empire mourns Prince Harold, suspicions arise that the NMNA were aided by inside knowledge of his ship's itinerary and security, throwing an uneasy shadow over the legacy of this eccentric, endearing man. Arrest made in Starship One criminal case. An officer in the Federal Navy Engineering Corps has been arrested for sabotage of the presidential vessel Starship One. A statement was made by Melend Walcor at the Federal Attorney's Office. Chief Technician Rory Webster was a department head of engineering for Starship One. Testimonies from members of Mr. Webster's team claim that he ordered unauthorized adjustments to the ship's hyperdrive systems while in dry dock, shortly before its launch in May 3301 and subsequent destruction. This case is now being brought before the Federal High Court, where Mr.
To make it sound all pretty and technical to Kathina, I'm licensed by the United States Coast Guard through the Merchant Mariners Credential Society to safely oversee and control the transfer of certain dangerous chemicals across the United States. That's the technical terminology.
There has been much media attention regarding how this event proved pivotal to both of their political careers.
And I've been licensed for 13 or 14 years now. I was in 2007 when I got my license, so 13 years.
Trading commodities required in Nagasuru and Tench systems.
I'm also a certified welder.
To convert refinery outposts into starboards, to assist owners of fleet carriers who use large vessels for tritium refueling.
One has nothing to do with the other. I was a welder until I got my license.
With the galactic community's help, we can upgrade a maximum of 5 outposts into orbit starports.
Programming limpet drone. Collector
Our
limpet
intermediary,
expired. Asteroid completed.
Universal Holdings, will accept deliveries of building fabricators, power generators and thermal cooling units at Blau Hub in the Tench system. There were similar requests from Dean Bradigan, Director of Steel Castle Incorporated.
Well, not really, because
familiar site of Coriolis stations welcoming. Here's a
worldwide,
chance to build up to 5 more.
we are needed to
We ask for shipments of bulk
fuel ships, period.
and Rutar to be delivered to
So
CGC
if a Navy
Holdings
ship
at
needs
Tenhu
fuel,
Station
you
in the
require
Nagato
a
system. The number of
Coast Guard
starports will
tankerman
depend on
to
the amount of material
transfer that
delivered.
fuel to the Navy ship.
Expired.
The target systems in order of priority are Fugin, HR 4979, Wolf 294, Lambda 2 Tucani, Patriti, LHS 4058, Chakpa, Galibese, Eta Cephei and Ninabin.
That's the job I applied for in Guam, was for the U.S. Navy.
Begin on 17th of September 3306 and will run
Programming limpet drone.
for 1 week. If the final targets for
Prospector limpet failed.
the campaign are met earlier than planned, it will end immediately.
I think I'm going to miss that. I think I'm going to miss that. That sucks. I'm going to miss that. Oh, am I going to get lucky? I might get lucky!
To the Samias system. Emperor Slavic Nidavel broadcasted
Prospector limpet engaged.
address. It is with great sadness that we announce the passing
Asteroid scan complete.
of our beloved Prince Harold. A state funeral at the Hall of Martyrs is being arranged and there will be a period of
Programming limpet drone.
mourning, as is customary for esteemed members of the Imperial
Programming limpet drone.
family. There will be opportunity
But
for
you
all
guys
citizens
use
of
less
Harold's
of our
memory in an
kind
appropriate
because
manner.
Europe uses
Princess
pipelines.
Aisling, Harold's daughter, appeared uncharacteristically distressed when she gave a brief
You don't do
statement to the media.
above ground
It's a huge
transfers.
loss to us all that. I'm sorry. I can't believe this has happened. He can't be gone. I used to have some sympathy for the Marlinists, but
Well,
they took him from us.
We're only
They took
required
my
to be
dad.
used inside United
NML
States
also
waters.
attacked starports in the Samias, Gap
So,
Georges, LHS
yeah.
4031 and
For
Mac
example,
systems.
British
The
waters
Empire
don't
is now
require that a
on
tankerman be
alert,
present,
and the
just a
Senate
trained
has approved
professional.
new
Of course, then again,
counter-terrorism initiatives
in
proposed by Senator
Britain,
Denton Patriot.
you're a chef if you work in a restaurant. Over here, you have to have 4 years of
Prince
college to be a
Harold
chef.
dead
So,
after a targeted assassination attempt by the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army. The Empire has imposed a media blackout on these events.
So there's
and
a-
no
there's a
official
slight
statement
difference.
has been made. However,
everything over here
Independent
requires
journalist
education to do.
published this on the
I mean,
Seymour
hell,
Court
for fuck's sakes, a lot of people want you to have an MBA just to work at
multiple
McDonald's as a
sources.
manager.
We gather that a single assassin managed to infiltrate Harold Duval's personal transport.
Education is a business
He was
over
killed by
here. It's
shipboard
not. It's
guards,
not an
but before
opportunity.
shooting the prince at close range. The NMLA claimed responsibility for this attack in its latest propaganda broadcast, which referred to the Duval family as imperialist parasites. The extremist group also demanded that Marlinists everywhere must rise up and demand a democratic republic. Harold Duval was famously declared unfit for the throne by Emperor Hengist, and has been out of the public eye ever since. He rarely left capital but was making an unpublicized journey to visit his daughter Aisling Duval, presumably in response to the recent terrorist attack in the Samias system. It remains
Over there,
unknown how the NMLA knew of the prince's
you want to-
itinerary or managed to breach security
You want to
of its
become something, you just
Inquiry into Starship 1's
apply
destruction
for
concludes.
someone who already does it.
Independent inquiry by the Federal
Consider it
Attorney's Office
on-the-job
into the
training.
destruction
You
of
learn the
presidential
trade,
vessel
and then you
Starship
do
1
it,
has
and your
produced a
experience
final
is what you
report.
go off of.
Senior
Over
attorney
here,
Roland Walpole
you
made
can't
this
get experience
statement.
without
The
a
loss of presidential
preconceived
vessel
education.
Starship 1 in May 3301, along with hundreds of lives, was a great tragedy. Despite suspicion that this was an attempt to eliminate then-President Jasmina Hati, initial investigations concluded that a catastrophic malfunction of its drive systems was the likely cause.
Alrighty.
The inquiry was opened when fresh evidence
Boy, this
came
is
to
some
light,
slow-going mining with
including
one mining
testimonies
laser.
from
This
several
is
members of the
just...
Federal Navy.
This is amusing.
Our final report states that there is sufficient reason to believe Starship 1 was destroyed by deliberate sabotage. A grand jury has determined that criminal charges should be made. We have shared our findings with the Federal Intelligence Agency and understand that an arrest will take place shortly. The inquiry report is not yet in the public domain. but is thought to allege that illegal modifications were made to the frame-shift drive system of Starship One in advance of its destruction during flight through hyperspace. Terror attacks used Thargoid-derived explosives. The Imperial Internal Security Service...
Let's pause that for a bit. I'm a little annoyed with hearing that. I'm glad they put it back in the game. But I think an hour of Galnet with only 12 articles is, is enough for a while. I wonder if this guy has... What are you doing? Okay. Oddly enough, Kathina, as long as you're not from this country, education is relatively cheap. And when I say relatively cheap, I mean the government will actually pay the college for you to go. However, if you are a natural-born citizen, that's not the case. So say student visas and incentives for others to come over and be educated here are given out by the billions of dollars. Massive discounts? No, they get educated for free. Or they can go to our Ivy League colleges for free. The government pays for an Ivy League education so long as you're not from this country. However, if you live here, a lot of, even our doctors, which are some of our highest paid professionals, a lot of our medical field are in debt for the first 20 to 25 years of their life trying to pay back their education.
Programming input drone. Prospect alert failed.
The smart ones actually wind up getting it paid off within 10 or 15 years, but what English accent are you referring to? I can't hear anybody. Oh, no, I have a very decent memory. I keep hearing it. If I know what someone's going to say, I tend to not want to hear it.
Asteroid scan complete.
It's like, surprise me, say something intelligent. But when there's only 12, it annoys me. Can hear everything about 3 or 4 times before I'm ready to smash the console. It's like, okay, I'm done with you. Shut up. What are you damning? It's hot, Kathina, because Americans listen to dumbassery accents most of the time.
Expired.
Okay. Okay, whatever. I was gonna say, I don't think it's hot, but... Brian Cox. Now I'm gonna have to look that fucker up. I'm bad with names. Distrust intelligence. Now, English are made out to be the bad guys because of the British Empire. Don't forget about that. And I'm pretty sure universally humans trust intelligence. Makes them feel secure if someone smarter than themselves is in charge or near them. So I would argue with that particular interview. Of course, then again, I'd probably argue with anything, to be honest with you, because I like to argue. The little scuffle where we let you have the country back, you never officially took it from us. It was yours to begin with. And technically, as a Native American of America, we never got our country back. We got the worst parts of it that no one wanted. And when I say the British Empire, no, I'm referring to what you did in India, what you did in Australia, what you did everywhere that you've ever stepped foot outside of your own country. Yeah, the English, as a rule, are evil people. At least your governing bodies, aka your empire. Surface deposit.
Programming the input drone.
And the fact that you think I'm going to be offended and get argumentative because you said something about you letting us have our country because you think that all Americans are overly and ignorantly patriotic, goes to show that what I said about the English just being evil is wholeheartedly true. You literally just proved my point, Kathina.
Programming the input drone.
She's trying to get a rise out of me. Unsuccessfully, I might add, because I'm not patriotic. I hate this fucking country, and everything I've ever said has proved that to be true. Gotta pick your battles, and she picked the wrong one on that one. Sadistic is evil, so you just contradicted yourself. Sadistic is the enjoyment of inflicting pain on others, and to inflict pain on another person is wrong. It's evil. So you literally just contradicted yourself. Fuck. I don't have that set up. Collector controller. Subsurface? No, sorry. There we go. Then subsurface here. Okay, catch up. What? I mean, it's true. Morality is not subjective. We had this conversation yesterday. I can't get that right now, Laura. I'm trying to... I don't know if you understand how hard it is to mine an FA off. It's like... It's a masochistic tradition here. Come on! I need one more Pippin engines for this. Extraction failed. Oh shit! I held the wrong button. Damn it! Damn it! Ooh, I barely missed that one. Ow! Damn it! This is fun. Anyone who hates mining should try it FA off. It actually makes it kind of fun. Especially doing this. Oh, bullshit! I hit that. You are a liar. Alright, got that one. Whew, that was interesting. Now I gotta stop all this damn momentum. Okay. Alright. Next. That was fun. Okay, let me catch up. I enjoy arguing. I really do. And I admit that. Yesterday we had a buddy in party. I asked him a simple question, which was what I just mentioned. Is morality subjective? And he didn't have a definitive answer. Everyone else had a definitive answer, what they believed. Yes, it is, or no, it isn't. This guy would say one thing and then he would argue with himself, an exception to the rule, and then he would argue against that exception. And I kept asking him questions, not to be argumentative, but because he never gave a definitive answer. And after 2 hours of him going around in circles, he said, "Fox, I feel like I'm being attacked." I was like, I mean, you're not wrong, because you've been sitting here arguing with yourself for 2 hours. It's like, you're attacking yourself, but it's not me, buddy. He's like, well, you keep asking questions. I said, because you haven't made a decision yet. It's like, fuck, dude. Stick to your guns. Pick an argument. I don't know anymore what this place called USA is anymore. My perception. Yeah, why?
Because every time I try to go to open, it tries to make me buy PlayStation Plus. I already went live.
Check, see if, what you call it? Check, see if my account's active over there.
I have to keep it off.
Well, that shouldn't be like that. Restore the licenses, that won't kick you off. There we go. It's funny you say that, because Lara's a very mean person. I mean mean to the core. In real life. She's a sweetheart on stream, but yeah, as I say, in real life she is mean to the core. Let's see here. And that one's depleted? Okay. Then I missed the other stuff for it.
Asteroid scan.
More is there surface? There's a surface deposit. Let's do the surface deposits first. That's a little easier. wish you guys could see my hands trying to control this shit. Should be the last one. Alright. It's the most gentle, tender person I think I've ever seen. Hard and cold, I would not have you say that about her. Well, as someone who refuses to lie, Laura's mean. Oh, that was a good one. I can still see it. It was good. F-Dev, you guys are liars. That I missed. I missed that one. Oh, like, completely missed that one. I didn't miss that. I'm looking at it. It's just frustrating. Damn server lag. Anyway. Okay, let me get caught up here. When you're wronged, no, you're not only mean when you're wronged. That's an outright lie. You're not afraid to use venomous snakes? I'm not afraid of snakes. I like to catch wild rattlesnakes. And water moccasins. I love catching snakes, man. Take pictures with them and everything. I'd love to take a picture with your snake. There's not a snake on the planet I can't catch and kill inside of 5 minutes. And that includes a 23-foot anaconda. I'm damn good at what I do. I don't know you? Like, you're saying that to me or Kathina? Oh, she's absolutely 1 in a million. You're right about that. You see people here, honestly, that girl is amazing.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed.
Are you still unable to get online? Did you try restoring the licenses?
Prospect to limpet engaged.
Pick up!
Asteroid
Hey, there's a
scan
tritium.
complete.
A surface deposit. Shit, I forgot that does that. Damn it. Damn it, 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 damn it. Okay. Let's see if I can get settled in here. Okay, I got you. I didn't think it would close the game, but yeah. Oh, that was lucky. It like skipped off the rock and then landed on the spot it's supposed to. That's twice. That's 3 times. Totally missed that one. Well, there's one. It's off in the distance, so. Alrighty. How much have we mined here? 41? Not bad. It's like 12 million.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Beyond the sea, I know you're waiting for me.
Programming limpet drone.
Alright. We'll go sailing. Why didn't you select that? Why are you being a booger? Do your job. What are you doing, Colleen? What are you doing, Colleen? What are you doing? Hop on up here. Alrighty. Your love is a 1 in a million. It goes on and on and on. You give me a really good feeling. Okay, that's enough of that. It's too high for my voice. Makes my voice crack a little bit. La la la. Ta-ra-ra boom die. I feel like I'm gonna bump into it. I assume Laura is live.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired. Asteroid depleted.
Alrighty.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect limpet failed.
Why did I just do that?
Programming limpet drone.
Am I gonna miss that rock? Seriously? No, I didn't. I got it.
Engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Alrighty. What are you laughing at, Bizzle?
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
Kathina, are you still in my channel? Because I have a question for you since you are in the medical industry. I actually have a legitimate question I don't know the answer to, and I would rather you answer it rather than me having to Google it. Regarding flu, are there cases of flu year-round? And if so, are they just more highly concentrated during the winter months? Because I've heard of a summer cold, but I've never heard of the summer flu. And if so, what percentage of cases are actually outside of the winter months? Closer in proximity, more indoors. Well, what? Well, let's see. You said worse in the winter. How much worse? Like, is it like the vast majority of cases? Are we talking like 60% of the cases are in the wintertime? I mean, is it closer to like 90% of the cases are in the wintertime? Cleaning my cakes. Listening to music. You know, I was tempted to actually switch to Twitch streaming, just so I could listen to music, but I didn't want to do that. 65% or between September to March. That's not that much more. I was curious why they called it. Everyone gets their flu shots usually in September. Calm down. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Let's see here.
Asteroid depleted. Collector limpet expired.
Okay. Copy that. Let's see.
Collector limpet expired.
This is the U.S. cases. Now, granted, we have a slightly more temperate climate than you do, but that being said, a much higher percentage of our flu cases are in from September to March. Actually, it's September to February, but there are a couple in October and November. But the vast majority of them are actually December, January, and February. But that being said, you mentioned, do 200,000 people die in 6 months because of the flu? The answer is yes, because those are that in 6 months is our flu season. And you can take that probably same page and read down. I wish I could find it for you, but go down through there and find out how many deaths are attributed to flu in the United States each year, and that statistic will be 95% of the cases in the United States. According to our CDC, 45 million illnesses a year, between 140 and 810,000 hospitalizations, and between 12 and 61,000 deaths annually since 2010, and that number is continuing to rise. And that is our flu, and that is, yes, within 6 months. So, yeah, just letting you know. It actually is. The flu is more deadly, or as deadly. And the world has merely seen fit to, and I mention world, the World Health Organization has seen fit to merely treat the symptoms of flu when it is this deadly, as deadly as COVID, and has been for its recorded history. Now, UK numbers might be different. UK numbers may be completely different, and from what you're telling me, it sounds like they are. However, to my knowledge, UK has a very different climate and different weather pattern, making your colder months much longer. Your winters are a bit more lengthy than ours. Listed as a contributor. Okay, see, because that's incredible information. I would ask you to look at your actual medical numbers and do this on your own, because I can't look up UK information. And see if the number of flu deaths drop because of them being labeled as COVID related rather than flu. And you know as well as I do, flu and COVID are absolutely nothing alike. Coronavirus is a fucking cold. The flu is a completely different creature. It's a different monster. There's the only similarities are their symptoms. They react to the human body in completely different ways. But yes, they are both causing similar deaths. I would suggest that you pay attention to your numbers in the future, especially the immediate future, to see if your flu related deaths actually drop because they are being contributed to COVID rather than flu. And to say that contributing factors saved or prevented, predicting an outbreak, can't really call it an outbreak, predicting a pandemic's spread is sheerly mathematical. And that being said, with it being sheerly mathematical, you can't extrapolate accurately how something will spread using numbers alone. There are too many other contributing factors to say that you were able to prevent the spread and save so many lives is what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say it wrong. Ambitious. at the very least. No, I can't get to that. It's actually spinning faster than I can get to, so I'm going to have to come from a different angle. And let's not forget that a very large portion of the human population that's being tested are actually immune to COVID-19. Not immune to the symptoms, like completely immune. Wow, this thing is spinning really super fucking fast. And if a very large portion of the human population is actually immune to the effects of this virus, period, then ultimately you can't incorporate those numbers into the projection of possible infections, because they never would have counted anyway, and I assure you your numbers do. Whoa, 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 you're coming quick! You're gonna eat me! It's gonna whack me! Oh, you suck. I'm so sick of that shit. Alright, give me a second. Let me get caught up. Not attributed to COVID is falsely convicted. We have a record that is COVID-related death, though, here. Even if it wasn't strictly the cause of death. Yeah. And it's included in the statistic. And you can't include the same number on two different statistics. That's historically inaccurate when you do it that way. And you actually destroy your research when you start reporting historically inaccurate statistics. Oh, did that go in? Nope. That went straight through the rock. Here we go. This is very difficult. This rock is spinning like a son of a bitch. I say because the way the statistics are being represented currently worldwide, this isn't just the United States. I know they do it there as well. Any death that tests positive for COVID antibodies, or sorry, say COVID-19 antibodies, even if they're immune, any death that tests positive for COVID antibodies is being dictated in the statistics as a COVID-related death. Even if the person was 100% immune to the virus, their death is being contributed or statistically represented as COVID-related because they had the antibodies, which is it's actually ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I may only be, my expertise may lie within the chemical industry. However, my education lies with where my interest lies, and I found that interesting and decided to educate myself on the fact and have uncovered public information to confirm everything that I've just told you. When I say public, it's not just public for us. No, I mean it's made public via the WHO, so it's not just America. This is everywhere. Wow, man, that rock is spinning, bro. Shit, that thing is spinning. What's going on, Brian? Well, that right there, Kathina, is not, that's not the fault of the people. That is a fault of the worldwide agenda to exploit this particular, I'll go ahead and give it the credit and call it an epidemic. That is the fault of the worldwide agenda to press this epidemic and to do exactly what's happening. You're forcing people to accept less freedoms. You're forcing people to submit to imprisonment out of their own fear. You're exploiting people's ignorance, basically. I'm going to use that term. You're exploiting people's ignorance to control them. And unfortunately, this does horrible, absolutely fucking horrible things for the population, because locking people up together, it's going to cause an explosive baby boom worldwide. Now, am I going to jump on the conspiracy theorist bandwagon and say, oh, this is just a ploy by the big world government to control people? No, by no means. That's not too far from the truth, but ultimately the people in power are the people with money, and the people with money want control, and fear is the easiest way to control people. We learned that with Hitler in World War II. You remember the videos. I'm sure you guys are taught it in school. The propaganda was fear-mongering, and that's what's being done on a global scale. It's just fear-mongering, getting people to basically self-isolate themselves. You don't have to imprison everyone if they're doing it themselves. It's a very clever maneuver. But it's gonna ricochet. It's gonna backfire tremendously as far as the Agenda 21 population control attempts. Oh yeah, the baby doomers. We were talking about that the other day, and we used the exact same fucking terminology. It was the baby doomers. We literally were calling the baby doomers. Oh man, it's just. We're going to have like a 300% increase in human population growth because of the lockdown. And primarily everyone's going to be like, oh, well, you know, they should have thought ahead and bought contraception. Well, when all this started, the last thing people were thinking was going out and buying condoms. I mean, there was a toilet paper shortage, not a condom shortage. I mean, so ultimately, you can control people. It's not just one country. It's not just one ideology. You can control people, period, with fear. And history has shown us that. And current events also, you know, confirms that. It's all a matter of controlling the populace. I don't know why. I never understood the toilet paper epidemic. No idea. No fucking clue. Toilet paper shortages in space stations, 100% Lara's fault. They saw her Type 9 coming in the mail slot, and they were like, oh my god, shit themselves, and yeah, ran out of toilet paper. But oh, we're gonna hit that. We're gonna hit that. Woo, we missed it. Woohoo. I love watching Lara fly. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times I'll just tune into her stream and just watch her fly. I cringe. I mean, just like physically cringe. Like my entire body tightens between my pec muscles. It's just like, it's funny. Not gonna lie though, it makes me fizz. Hey Reese, what's up? Welcome to the party, Reese. How's your shoulder, man? You're 4 weeks in. Looking like you're gonna recover in 6, or is it gonna be about 9? Only there for only there for a few. Well, fuck you. I haven't talked to you in fucking 3 weeks. 9 to 12 weeks. That's not horrible. I didn't remember what your original expectation was. I didn't know if it was 6 weeks or 9 weeks. I'm gonna cheat. I mean, it's funny you mentioned that particular style of landing, Kathina, because I mean, I've shown people that on many occasions. When I'm in a cutter, you can't stop the cutter's drift, so I just point the nose at the pad and boost into the pad, and it stops. How's your pain level, Reese? Is it manageable?
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
64 tons. Yeah, not too bad. Well, glad to hear that. What are you doing with yourself, if you don't mind my asking? If you're not going to be able to game for 3 months, what are you doing with yourself, bro?
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
We're going to have a little baby Reese boom. A lot of movies at YouTube. Fair enough. Kathina, Reese is one of our squadron leaders. He's currently out. I believe it was shoulder surgery. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was shoulder surgery. So he's out for a while. He can't fly because I think Reese uses a HOTAS, so with only one arm, he would be incredibly limited to what he could do. What's too old? You missed Laura's birthday, Reese. Her birthday was Saturday. She turned 29. She's having a midlife crisis. She just realized that next year she'll be 30. She'll no longer have a 2 in front of her age.
Asteroid depleted.
Rotator cuff. I gotcha.
Flight assist off.
Surface deposit. Missed. Bum bum ba dum bum ba da dum 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 da dum dum ba dum dum da dum. Time this just right. Got it. Oh, you said happy birthday? I don't Facebook, so I must have missed that. I apologize for trying to make you feel guilty when you already did. Excuse me. Alrighty.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to
How did I hit the wrong rock? Like, really? It's this one, isn't it? Nope, it's that one. I hit the right rock.
Asteroid scan complete.
A rock full of nothing but methane clathrate. 100% methane clathrate has tritium on the surface of it. Because FDev. When are you due? Me? I didn't know I was pregnant. Physical terrorists. Gotta love physical terrorism. You try to watch elite videos? Well, I mean, don't watch too many of mine, because Lord knows mine are boring as shit. Nobody likes my videos. I'm literally out in the black, 20,000 light years west of the galactic plane from Colonia, mining for a fleet carrier that's stuck. Stand by. Piss me off. I hit that. I'm looking at it. It's inside the... Oh, this pisses me off. Again, it's inside the blue. You can see it. Guys, you can't see me, but I'm pointing at my fucking screen right here. FDev fucking hates me, guys. That one I missed by a mile, but it's just fucking frustration from the other ones. Oh, this game. Deploying drill. New mining. Oh, it's a subsurface missile. They've always been there. Exploit makes you want to eat your own face. My exploration would definitely make you want to eat your own face, because I'm not an explorer. I used to be, but my method of exploration is just jump somewhere, look at it, and go home.
Programming input drone. Prospect delivery failed.
But yeah, when you're doing the subsurface missiles, Reese, the problem with the subsurface missiles are server lag.
Collector limpet expired.
It's
Prospector limpet engaged.
how I gotta leave.
Asteroid scan complete.
Then, if I may ask, why do you not PvP?
Programming input drone.
Fuck. I know Thargoids are fun to fight, but why would you not breach that gap into PvP if you love combat in this game? Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Collector limpet expired.
Did that just go inside the damn rock? It did. That's fucking stupid.
Programming input drone.
Oh, stand by, Athena. I'm trying to get this last thing, and then I'll...
Programming input drone.
What are you doing? What you... Fucker. Good thing those are infinite.
Flight assist on.
Alright. PvP in World of Warcraft. Well, I feel you on having nothing to prove. I haven't. If I open the PlayStation dashboard, it will blue screen the stream. So I'll take a look at them when I get off stream.
Collector limpet expired. Programming input drone.
Laura probably got them though. She can see them on her phone.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
This rock is spinning so damn fast it's killing all my fucking collector limpets. Let me show you guys how to fix that, because reasons. Change the angle that you're mining at. Observe. Ta-da! My limp will still stop dying now. Kathina, were you tempted by the classic, World of Warcraft Classic that they just re-released literally just re-released the vanilla version all over again with no DLC. It was like, we redid the vanilla. Like, wait, what? No more DLC? You guys are finally done after 15 years? You're finally done, and you're going to re-release the original game? What? Yeah, I get that. I can understand that. I honestly never played World of Warcraft. It killed my game. And of course, the developers of my game killed my game by not adding content as other games were. I played Realms of EverQuest. But my game was dead long before Realms of EverQuest 2 came out. $78 tons. 78 tons! Tons! As soon as this finishes, I need to go take a pee-pee break. I'm not a fan of remakes either. It's funny you mentioned that, Kathina, and I'll actually touch on that. I was telling my little brother that I have problems because of my memory. I have an immaculate memory. That's not bragging, that's just stating fact. And I have a problem with replayability in games because there's no surprise. There's no curiosity. There's no as you just described, as doing something for the first time. It's really hard to live through a game multiple times when you know what's going to happen. At the first time, you're experiencing it. The second time, you're just copy pasting. You know, you're not walking to get somewhere. You're just walking on a treadmill, and I can't do that in games. It sickens me. Certain games I'm able to do it for short periods of time. For example, Skyrim. I can play Skyrim a little bit at a time. Horizon Zero Dawn I can play a little bit at a time. The Mass Effect trilogy I can play those through because they had multiple storylines. They had like 12 different endings where you would have to play through the game 12 different times to see what it was. Things of that nature I can do. But in order for a game to have replayability, it's got to have something that can differentiate, each time between each other. Otherwise, like I said, the first playthrough of every game is like an adventure, and you're like transfixed and you love it. And there's no regaining or re-experiencing that beauty, because you're just on a treadmill at that point. It's like watching a movie for the second time and not even waiting a year or anything. You're literally like, that was an awesome movie, and then just sitting through to the next playing in the theater. It's not as good. made my little... what? Oh yeah, Laura wants me to join the party. Yeah. It's nothing more than a rerun, and while, for example, Laura and I are rewatching a series that she's only seen once. I've seen it 3 times now, but it's the Highlander series with Duncan MacLeod, and she's experiencing it for the 2nd time, and within the first 5 minutes of the episode, she already knows what's going to happen. She's developing a memory similar to my own. Hers is getting better. Well, the remake can't capture that because the remake doesn't even have the full fucking game in it. The remake literally has 1/4 of the damn game in it.
Flight assist off.
Let's see here.
Programming limpet drone. Select a limpet failed.
I agree. I haven't bought the new Final Fantasy VII either. I did buy the Final Fantasy X remake on PlayStation 3. Absolutely loved it. And I purchased the Final Fantasy X remake on PlayStation 4 just so I could stream it, because I absolutely love the game. I adore the game. I love the story. And as Sigma male as I am, it still chokes me up at the end of it. I don't cry, but you talk about having a giant fucking frog in your damn throat trying to talk. I said the story in that game is so damn good. I love 10. I absolutely adored it, man. I'm tempted to play the 8 remake, but I don't know if it's just a re-release or if it's a remaster or what. I don't know if they changed anything. I don't have any interest in a rebuilt, changed game. I want to, play the original, because I never played 8. And you see, that's in the blue. But had it been on the other side of the blue, it would have fucking missed it. I missed that. Totally fucking missed that, and it gave it to me. Alright, is that all of them? Was it just one? I think there was. too boring. No emotional investment in characters whatsoever. Detested 9. 9 was the little baby cartoony games. 12 I never played. 13 I despised. 13. Never got to play 8. I've played 7 and 10, and I actually wanted to play 8. Like I said, that's why I was saying I really want to play it. Yep. 13's good if you play all 3 of them. I don't want to talk about that. That was when someone at Square Enix decided, hey, guess what? You know, instead of selling 3-disc games like we used to, 3 and 4 discs long, we could just split the fucking games up and sell them 3 or 4 different times. Like, wait, what? Yeah, no. They did that with 10-2. I didn't play 10-2 for a very long time. In fact, I've still never beaten 10-2, and I even know the point of the game. I just can't bring myself to play it because of the blasphemy of what it was, even though with the remaster, when I purchased it, it was $12 for both games. I'm in the kitchen looking for something to drink. I need a drink. Oh, damn it. Well, that happened. Girly love story. Well, 10 made sense. The original storyline made perfect sense. In fact, they had to write and animate the Eternal Calm later, because the Eternal Calm was not part of the original 2 games, to tie the 2 games together, because 10 was a standalone game and fine by itself. But in order for 10-2 to make sense, they had to first write the Eternal Calm, which they did in book format. They later put it in video form. But, I mean, 10-2, I don't know, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I hated the battle system, and I did not like the fucking outfit grid. It's just, it felt like I was playing a Japanese animated doll game, you know, a dress-up doll game, and I was like, this is dumb. Oh, everyone can complain about a good love story. It's just no one usually cares. Essentially, I mean, love stories in video games, you know, they attach you to the characters. They get you emotionally invested in the characters, and when something happens to them, for example, the most hated scene in Final Fantasy X is one of my favorites. It's where Titus and Yuna are laughing, and they're doing that forced fake laugh. The story is really good if you can get past the rest of the whole game. I mean, I plan on streaming it. I'll be streaming that on Final Fantasy. I mean, on Twitch though, because it's so religiously deep rooted. I'm going to use it for a backdrop for the other. Alrighty. Let's see here. Alrighty. Alrighty. 89 tons. Over animated Riku though. I always thought that Pain was just Lulu in disguise. Oh, guys, I'm getting tired of mining.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed.
That's funny, because about 100 tons is about as much as I can usually handle.
Prospect to limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Oh yeah, I despise mining. I'm out here because I am a fuel fox, and this guy needs fuel.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
I thought maybe the story of not an abandoned, but a stranded carrier would suffice, but it's not helping me out, guys. I want to play Kingdoms of Amalur.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
Beyond the sea, I know you're waiting for me. Okay. What game came out on your birthday? Final Fantasy VIII, you said? Or 10-2? Okay, let's get something straight, Falcon. My birthday is December 27th. My birth date is December 27th, 1982. So, when you say birthday, you're only referring to the month and day. The day of the year. Now, if it's your birth date, you have to include the year because that's the actual date that it refers to. In case you're wondering why it interchanges on applications and paperwork and whatnot. Oh, Kingdoms of Amalur. The new one or the old one? Because they're the exact same game. They didn't change anything. They just re-released it onto PS4. Are you talking about the PS4 release? Oh, the original game. Yeah. That's also when Skyrim released, wasn't it? I thought they released on the same day. Because Skyrim's actually what killed Kingdoms of Amalur. Even though Kingdoms of Amalur was an absolutely beautiful, well-made, gorgeous fucking story, beautiful environment. The leveling system was great. The fate system was great. Everything about the game was great. But Skyrim was just prettier and better. And it killed the game. Skyrim killed them.
Programming limpet drone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they released the same day.
Prospect to limpet failed.
If they weren't the same day, they were in the same month. It was such a good game. I'm currently playing it. I mean, you'll see uploads and streams. I'll probably stream it after I stream this game. Not like immediately, but
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet.
couldn't get into it. Ah, it's such a good fucking game, man. I'm sorry to hear that you had trouble. Game was so damn good.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
Well, I mean, it's R.A. Salvatore. I mean,
Asteroid
I don't know if I consider him legendary yet, or legendary. I'm totally going to fucking write R.A. Salvatore and let him know that he is legendary. You are a legendary author. And I think it was Ed Greenwood, wasn't it? R.A. Salvatore and Ed Greenwood. Legendary authors. Rebuttal to Fable. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go there. Fable's a terrific story.
limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
And Fable only had 8 hours of gameplay, so. Oh man. Be walking in stations soon. I thought Hizen left the squadron. Somewhere beyond the sea, I know you're waiting for me. Kathina, you'll have to take it on faith that I've said the exact same thing multiple times when referring to the Fables games. And the one they did, was it Sorcery, for the Kinect, was fucking terrible as well. Fable 1 was a beautiful game. Fable 2 was actually better. Fable 2 was my favorite. Fable 3, I couldn't stomach. It was fucking wretched.
Programming limpet drone.
Wouldn't even consider it a fucking video game. Dude who wrote Spawn was behind the art. remember who wrote Spawn, but I thought it was Ed Greenwood and Ari Salvatore.
Prospector limpet
He left a G and an E behind. That's why I was laughing. I said, Lindery.
Asteroid scan.
You have hope for Fable 4? There's already been a Fable 4. It was called Sorcery. Fable Sorcery. It was for the Kinect. Imploding? Yes, you should absolutely be worried about the universe imploding, because if you believe in the Big Bang, then the laws of physics that justify the Big Bang specifically and very detailed dictate the necessity and the inevitability of a big shrink, aka a big collapse or an implosion. Yeah. Remember, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If there was a big bang, there will be a big implosion. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, string theory actually incorporates that into logical inevitability, in as much as the Big Bang was not the beginning of the universe as we know it, but just one of an infinite number of expansions and contractions that led up to this particular cycle. It would be Fable 5, dude. It wouldn't be... That's what I'm saying. There's already been a fourth one. It was called Sorcery. Look it up. Google. It was for the Xbox Kinect. It was a flop. It sucked. It was terrible. It was the worst damn thing they ever created. It's like saying Mystic Quest wasn't a Final Fantasy. Someone said, oh, it was a spin-off. Like, no, it was Final Fantasy, Mystic Quest. Please tell me they're not going to redo Sorcery and try to relaunch it. Oh, God, that would be awful. That would be like blasphemy. That would be so bad.
programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
AC. What are you referring to AC? Ace Combat? I don't think a remake or a remaster signifies a new game. For example, the most recent Final Fantasy VII is nowhere near the original Final Fantasy VII. But it still holds the same number as 7, even though it's not even the same game. It's merely a fraction of it that's been reskinned. Assassin's Creed. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Otherwise, Ace Combat. Fuck you guys. Final Fantasy VII remake would be like Final Fantasy 17, but no, it's not it. Or 16. What fucking number are we even on? At what point do you need to rename the fucking series? Let's be honest with ourselves here. I loved Ace Combat, but that wasn't what I was referring to. I just said the wrong damn thing. Unsung War was my favorite.
Asteroid defeated.
I did like Infinity as well, but Unsung War was my favorite.
Programming limpet drone.
16 just got announced. Okay, we're on 16 now. Which is technically 17, because Final Fantasy VII
Prospector
was a completely different game. It was not a remake.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
There was a Gamescom? Was it digital only?
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
The helicopter missions are shit. You are right about that. They are fucking awful. Of course, let's be honest. The helicopter missions in Unsung War were pretty shit too.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
I'm surprised they held a Gamescom.
Prospector limpet engaged.
I got a question for you, Kathina, and this is not meant to be beating a dead horse. This is merely a playful question that I hope a playful answer will be received from you. But I have a question for you. If someone becomes psychologically unstable from the quarantine of COVID-19 and winds up going what we would consider mad and committing suicide, is that suicide COVID related since it was induced by the quarantine? Oh, oh man, the close-up dogfighting I like, but the dogfight mode that Assault Horizons introduced was fucking baloney. That shit was dumb. That was so fucking dumb. It was like trying to fight during the fucking interdiction process in this game. It was like, fuck, that's stupid.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
You don't think it'd be classes up? It probably should be. It's like they were claustrophobic, and after 6 months of quarantine, they just offed themselves. Up, blame that on COVID. Oh man. You like dogfights and Hawks? I didn't see Hawks. I don't think I played that. My illustrious gaming career is winding down. Not saying I'm giving up on games. It's like I'm giving up hope on new games being any good. Well, enjoy your dreams. May they be filled with my beautiful face. If I'm still streaming when you wake up from your nightmares, you have to come and tell me. It's like, you woke me up again. Poor Athena, wake up screaming. It's like, I had this awful dream. Fox was in my bedroom just talking. He wouldn't shut up. After waking up screaming for a few moments, I realized I forgot to shut the laptop off. Oh man.
Asteroid depleted.
I'll be honest with you. Horizon Zero Dawn being one of the exceptions. Games have gone downhill since Skyrim. Destiny 1 was a new revolutionary idea, and they destroyed it. They could have had something great, and they destroyed it. So I mean, that genre, everyone's trying to get a piece of here and there with the new arena games, you know, because the arena games kind of cater to the looter shooter wannabe game, but ultimately at the end of the day, the looter shooter was destroyed by Destiny.
Prospector limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Limpet failed.
Actually, Activision broke off of Destiny 2, and Destiny continued to spiral downward. It wasn't Activision. Bungie did that.
Prospector limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I don't think I'm going to agree with that, because Destiny was actually a spin-off and remake and reconceptualization of Halo. Had nothing to do with Borderlands.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
I'm not a Destiny fan, nor a Borderlands fan, but I know the history of Destiny. It was inspired by the Halo franchise that they had recently sold to Microsoft. There's no argument that Halo came out long before Borderlands, and Bungie sold Halo after 4, I think it was Halo 4, and then Microsoft took it over and Bungie began producing Destiny. Then they used the money from the Halo sale to fund Destiny. Oh, mechanically? No, you can't even argue that, because ultimately, like I said, it came from Halo. Looter shooter? Not really. Look at the production dates. One is definitively before the other. I still have the magazines where Destiny was in production for 5 years in the press before it was released. So that particular concept was long before Borderlands. Oh man. I saw you dip out. You went to Google real quick. I know what you're doing. You can still hear me, but you're on a different tab. I can see you switching tabs.
Asteroid depleted. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged.
Alright, you want me to blue screen for that?
Limpet expired. Programming limpet drone.
2009, 2014. However, when was the development began? Was it before or after Borderlands was even a thing? I'll send you screenshots. Are you in our Discord? If you're in our Discord, I can send you screenshots of the actual magazine productions that I still have. But if you're correct, if you are correct, if you can find somewhere where Bungie admits being inspired by Borderlands, then I will concede the point to that. But I was pretty sure that Destiny was in production and development before Borderlands was released. But if I'm wrong, I'll admit that. Oh man, let's see here. 293. You just proved my point.
Programming limpet drone. Collect limpet expired.
Articles that contradict each other.
Programming limpet drone. Collect limpet expired. Asteroid depleted.
Alright, let's see here. Bungie saying that it was inspired by Borderlands.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
If anything, all you've done is shown that Borderlands was inspired by Halo, so it had the same inspiration. I know, I've been replying to them as you sent them.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
All you've done is shown that they had different release dates, not that one caused the other. They had similar inspirations. And as much as you said Borderlands was inspired by Halo, but Bungie created Halo, so they created a game inspired by their past games. What were you trying to prove? That one came before the other? Because that was never in question.
Asteroid scan complete.
Which one was developed first? I don't think that was the initial question. It was a matter of whether or not one inspired the other, and that was not the case. Because you said Destiny wouldn't exist if it weren't for Borderlands, which ultimately all you've done was send in those screenshots is proved that it very much would have. They may have been developed in sequential order, however, they were both inspired by the same game, Halo. And you can't say that a game wouldn't exist without another game when they were both inspired by the game that the second game created. You're saying that Bungie wouldn't have created Destiny had it not been for Borderlands, when Borderlands was inspired by Halo and Bungie created Halo. What do you mean, and Diablo? Bungie didn't create Diablo.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired.
Yes, Halo and Diablo. However, you can't say that Destiny wouldn't exist without Borderlands, because Borderlands was inspired by Halo, which was created by Bungie. So you're saying that Bungie wouldn't have created another game that was like Halo had someone else not created a game inspired by Halo? That doesn't make sense. Your argument's illogical. Oh, the looter part came from... I think the looter part came from RPGs, period. Looting has always been big in RPGs. Because the term looter shooter didn't exist at the time. It was an RPG shooter.
Asteroid depleted. Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
Oh, the mechanic. I don't think the mechanic of looting was created by Borderlands.
Asteroid scan.
Because essentially all Borderlands did was stood on the shoulders of... Why did that fucking change? What the hell is that? What is that? A screensaver popped up. It's not supposed... Oh, because it's not fucking playing. Okay. The looter aspect came from games such as Champions of Norath, Baldur's Gate, more specifically Gauntlet. And Gauntlet goes all the way back to the 80s. And all they did was added a gun mechanic rather than the quintessential medieval fighting style of wizards and might and, you know, healing or things of that nature. All they did was actually introduce guns. You've always, in many different games, picked up better armor and weapons. Period. I mean, it's not unique to Borderlands, and it didn't start with Borderlands. It's not even remotely close. see here.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired. Asteroid depleted. Collector limpet expired. Programming limpet.
Alrighty, let's see here. Did you play Borderlands 2 when it came out? Oh, I need a break.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed.
You was in a lineup for pre-orders. Does that mean you had pre-order, or does that mean that you wanted a pre-order and didn't get it? What does that mean? You were in the lineup for pre-orders.
Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
I got you.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
I forgot I only have a 1A prospector. I don't have a 3.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Oh man. I believe after this rock, I'm gonna go sell and take a short break. I've never pre-ordered a game to my knowledge. Just not part of who I am. Yeah, not me. I think I did pre-order one game now that I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to remember what game it was. It might have been, I think it was Destiny, was the only game that I ever pre-ordered. Except I didn't go wait in line. I paid for it ahead of time and had it shipped to my house. Pre-ordered from Amazon. $5X. What's $5X? Oh, you also bought the game 5 times after that. I gotcha. I assume for friends. I'm trying to think. Destiny, I bought Lara a copy. No, I didn't. Lara already had a copy. I met her on that game. I bought Josh a copy. I bought Philip a copy. Bought myself a copy. I bought Mindy a copy. So, and then myself. So yeah, I paid for Destiny 5 times over, with all of the DLCs 5 times over. Bought everyone's DLC. I gotcha. Well, hope you enjoyed it. Sounds like you spent a lot of money on it. I know I enjoyed Destiny. I spent a lot of money on it. Not in the Eververse, the aftermarket purchases and whatnot. But I absolutely loved the game while I was playing it. As it began to degenerate, I became disgruntled with it, and eventually did not purchase the port. You know, was uninterested in it. Alrighty.
Flight assist off. Cannot comply. Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Crash Insane. Never heard of that. Yeah, the only pre-order I ever did, that to my knowledge, because I thought I had never, but I did pre-order Destiny on Amazon.
Fuel scooping.
I don't know what he sells on his carrier. I about said courier. I gotcha. Crash Bandicoot, I never played Crash. Laura did. Laura loved Crash Bandicoot. I never played it. You won $5? Oh, so I won 6 scratch-offs in a row. Kept going back and forth to the gas station. won $5. Okay. I don't understand. So I won 6 scratch-offs in a row. But you only won $5. What were you doing? Just winning free tickets? I don't gamble, so I don't know how that works.
We welcome your business at this carrier, Commander. Please enjoy your stay with us. Access granted. Please follow standard docking protocols, Commander.
Oh, okay. I got you. Is your heckin' jam? I don't know what heckin' means, but okay. Can't play the second game like normal person anymore.
Landing gear deployed.
Commander, loitering in this area is not allowed.
Speed run strats. I got you.
Solid approach. Our services are at your disposal.
I like watching speedrunners. $34.5 million for 3 hours of work. That's awful. But hey. That's the game. That is the game. Anyway, we are almost 12 billion. Let's see. Let me get a calculator out. It's 311,000 times. No, that would be 1 billion divided by 311,000. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? Alrighty. I need to mine 3,215 tons. And I've mined 111. Yeah, 111. So, yay. Might be here a week, guys. Oh well. But anyway, I'm going to take a break because I've been mining for 3 hours. I'm ready to vomit my own testicles up. Only non-gamers say that shite. I guess. But appreciate you guys hanging out. Hope you enjoyed. If you want to continue viewing Elite Dangerous content, you can head over to this site. I will post in the chat as soon as it stops lagging like a mofo. Alright. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Be sure to like, subscribe, do your thing. Dislike if that's your thing. I don't care. See you guys later.